questions?
I have a question from a couple days ago.
Sure.
If I could find it. You were talking about defining the cap, and you would have three things that would EBITDA. What's that?
Yes, let's talk about EBITDA. And we don't have a CPA, do we? What's that? Yeah, I can tell whatever it is. Okay, so let's go back to that slide because you're right, we didn't touch on that. So, one of the ways that I like to evaluate my properties is the same way you evaluate a business. So when you sell a business, like let's say you're buying a bar, okay? You don't care what tax rate the bartender paid, the owner of the bar, you don't care what tax rate they paid on their earnings. You don't care that they took the home office exemption, wrote off their cars, paid off a loan to Uncle Guido. You don't care about that. If you're buying the bar, you just want to know how much money is the bar making. So you want to know what the earnings, let's see if it writes here. Oh, there we go. Earnings before any interest, taxes, depreciation, or amortization. Or if you're from Jersey, it's amortization. There's an episode of Sopranos. Well, so you remember... Oh, wait, all right, push pause on the stream. I gotta show you. Now I gotta... All right, so, but EBITDA or EBITDA, I mean, it's not a word, it's an acronym, so however you want to pronounce it. Is it GIF or GIF? Huh? GIF. What's it stand for? Graphic, it's GIF, right? That's what my son corrected me. All right, so when you are evaluating a business, like if you're buying a bar, you just want to say, hey, what did it make last year? Earnings. Before anything else you did to it. I don't care what your net was. I just wanted to, it's just what's your gross? What are your earnings? What'd you make? Does that make sense? And then when you're buying a business, like we talked about the other day, good businesses sell for a multiple. So lousy businesses sell for a multiple of 1. Whatever you made last year for 1 year, that's what the business is worth. And then if you own the building, then you look at that too. Great business. I've seen some businesses sell for a multiple of 60. You know, if you got a secret sauce, if you have a trademark, if you have a proprietary widget that nobody else has, that business can sell for a lot of money. Okay? And so business brokers are a good source. You know, if you've ever looked at a local business broker's business listings, it's really fascinating. I have a friend here in town that owned a couple of strip clubs, and I have a friend. And he was saying to me, you know, I can never sell these. I said, why? And he's like, well, it's a cash business. And meaning, you know, they claim 30% of the cash that comes through the door. And so he said, my business is worth a multiple of 1, but if I sell it based on what I've claimed, then I'm selling it for a multiple of 0.3, right? And so I'm always amazed when somebody admits to me that they don't claim their income, their tax revenue. It's like, yeah, every once in a while I like to commit felonies. Right? It's like, you go to jail when you don't claim income. People are like, I got a vending business. Cash business. It's just, I'm always flabbergasted by that. You know? Yeah.
My girlfriend works at a restaurant here in Indiana, and the managers were training new hire waitresses out.
Oh, not surprised. You know, you only pay taxes on 8%. That's all you want to claim. The IRS assumes you make only 8%. Yeah. I know a lot of family businesses where they sit at the register and pocket all the cash. We talked about the other day about the ways that you can legally and ethically be aggressive over subjective write-offs. I would prefer that if you really want to be aggressive, stay under the legal and ethical umbrella. Not claiming income is a guaranteed way to go to jail. You want to be aggressive? Take 100% of your tax bill for the home office deduction. You know, you want to be aggressive? Pay your kids $60K a year, you know. That's a subjective, you know, because if you get audited and you lose the audit, is there any potential to go to jail? No. You pay taxes, and then what else do you pay? Penalties and interest. Now, how much are the penalties and interest if you get audited and you lose?
9%.
Does anybody know?
I think it's 9%.
I think is not knowing. Does anybody know? I didn't say throw something out of your ass. I said, does anybody know?
No, but I don't.
5% of unpaid tax required to be reported.
Quick Google search doesn't mean you know.
Getting shut down all over the place.
But let me explain why. Okay, who has ever paid penalties and interest? Okay, so some of you have paid and you still have no idea. Think about the irony. Okay, I mean, look, I'm trying to teach. That's my goal, is to teach. I can't teach you unless you own the shit that you don't know. Pretending that you know doesn't help you or me. Because what if I were to tell you in reality, if you delayed paying your taxes off a year, that it's 6% APR and 1% penalty per year. So it's effectively only a 7% actual penalty. So that if you didn't pay your taxes and they didn't put any liens on you, you're only paying 7% a year. You may call it penalties and interest. I call it a hard money loan from the IRS. What if I told you that? I mean, it wouldn't be correct because you don't know, right? It's a lot more than that. It's actually, the late filing penalty is 5% of the tax owed per month up to a maximum of 25%. So there's also an underpayment penalty of 0.5% to 1% per month, also up to 24%. So basically they can charge you up to 25% per year on money that you owe. So if you get audited for something for 3 years ago and it's $10,000, then they can charge you $2,500 per year in addition to the $10,000. So you would owe $25,500, $7,500 plus the 10. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, what did I say I can make on my money per year? What's my target internal rate of return? And 35 to 40% is what I try to make. Now, if I owe $400,000 for last year, and I've been good with my money every time. In fact, every time I sell a deal, I take 20% of the gross profit and I put it in an escrow savings account for my taxes. Does that make sense? I also, as part, I'm going to walk you through kind of my personal entity structure. I also have payroll that comes out of my S corp every month. One of the ways that when the IRS looks at your S corp, your management company, to see, or your C corp, depending on which one you use, to see if it's being run as a legitimate company, is to see if you pay yourself a salary, okay? And if that salary is appropriate based on the type of business that you do. Is that right, Don?
Out of an S corp, yes, they look at that. C corp, they don't care.
Yeah, C corp, they don't care. Because C corp, then also the tax rate is just fixed at 21%, okay? And so I have found that effectively, if I make $5 million after all my write-offs, it's funny, when I was a 5-figure income earner, I obsessed about my take-home pay and getting a tax refund check, right? When you are a 7-figure earner, you obsess about your adjusted gross income. How many write-offs can I take to adjust down my gross income with legitimate business expenses, get it down to $1 million, and then pay 40%? See how it works? And so when people say, you know what, that's what I mean when they say an effective tax rate, meaning I really am only sending the IRS $400,000 on $5 million, and then I'm only sending the state, 50 or 60K. So I'm still under 500,000, which would be 10% of 5 million. See how that works? Okay, that's why they say the wealthy. Now I'm still paying federal and state $500,000 a year. I'm still paying millions of dollars in property tax. I'm still paying millions of dollars in payroll tax. But do you see why the Democrats accused Trump of splitting hairs when he said a couple of weeks ago, I paid millions of dollars in taxes? He didn't say federal income tax. He kept sidestepping that question because he knew that he had only paid $750 in federal income tax after adjusting down his gross income and carrying forward losses from previous years. Well, we don't know because we haven't seen it. We saw what the New York Times got their hands on.
But when the IRS audited, was it big?
Well, that's what why he's been saying he hasn't released it, because he's been being audited. So that's where it's convenient for him, and also a question mark for us. We don't really know. It's not been. He's the first person in a long time that never offered it up. Okay, so. But as I've watched it, that's why when he kept saying, well, I've paid millions of dollars. Well, yeah, you paid payroll tax. You paid a lot of tax. Yes, you have. I mean, look, as a U.S. American, I definitely pay $3 or $4 million a year in state, federal, and local taxes. I'm paying my share. That's why I choose to be as aggressive as I can be, where legal and ethical. With write-offs, anything that's subjective, I want to take the aggressive approach, because as an investor, in all aspects of your businesses, there's opportunities to take on risk. On the insurance side, on the tax side, on the business itself, and then on the borrowing side. There's like 4 major areas of risk as a business owner that you can choose: tax, insurance, on the business itself, and then on debt. Okay? Those are four key areas of your business that you need to see. Most people only think of risk in terms of the business. So if I go to the foreclosure auction, do I buy a deal that maybe I haven't driven by and seen because I know that Don usually pays more for me for properties and I choose to bid up Don? Make sense? So, but I see all 4 of these areas as opportunities for risk. Now, I choose, and I described yesterday, I actually choose to be very conservative when it comes to my debt. Okay? But does anybody feel like they're more aggressive than me on tax? I don't think anyone's more aggressive than I'm. Don, do you know?
I don't know anyone more aggressive.
Okay?
25%
Absolutely.
You really have to take off the IRS. If they're
Yeah.
going to charge you 25. It's subjective.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody charge 25%.
Yeah.
It's closer to 18. If you get a really good auditor, maybe it'll be 10 or 12. It so depends.
Let me write this back up there. So here's what I'd like you to do. Those of you that own businesses. So I would give myself on a 1 to 10 conservative, 1 being the most conservative, 10 being the most, I'd give myself a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of debt, in terms of high grade. I'd give myself a 9 because I do know people more aggressive than me. On insurance, I'd give myself like an 8 aggressive. And on my business, I would give myself probably 7 aggressive. Okay? Give yourself some rankings because it's part of what you do you should think about. Because if you find that everything's under 5, then that could be a contributing factor to why you're not achieving the financial goals that you've had for yourself. Okay? Part of being aggressive in business is pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, learning, and doing new things. How many of you this weekend have decided that you'd like to focus on an active income strategy like Airbnb, mobile home, wholesaling? Great. Actually, Kim, we have a sign-up sheet for Kim.
I put it on your.
Okay, cool. So can we just write Kim on the top there? I know that some of you had a chance to talk to Kim. I know that you've exchanged information. Kim sat down with a few of you this weekend. If you would like Kim to schedule a phone consultation for you sometime in the next couple of weeks, make sure you sign up and she'll reach out to you, email, phone, you can circle that, and she'll get a hold of you over the next couple of weeks. Anyone interested in, mobile or flipping or wholesale or Airbnb, Kim can help you map out what that would look like. So she'll give you a call. But it's something that you should deliberately think about, and it should be an authentic reflection of what helps you sleep at night. I don't sleep well at night with a lot of leverage because when I see people go bankrupt, when I see people lose everything, it's usually because some catastrophic life event forces them into to being upside down. Okay. I would also say that my insurance is very aggressive. I have a universal policy. Meg has a whole life policy. In fact, Naya, everybody say hi to Naya. Hi. Naya is one of the savviest investors that I know. Did you grow up in the Bay Area?
I grew up in China.
You did grow up in China. I couldn't remember. How old were you when you moved over to the U.S.? 22. And she, perfect English. Naya's a badass. She grew up in China. We've been working together for a few years. We've completed in the last 24 months several multi-million-dollar syndications together where she has raised the money with investors on big projects that we do together. She's a badass. She's a really excellent personal investor. She's incredibly savvy. I love working with her. I love working with the people in her network. She also is licensed as an insurance agent. And so she's here in town. We're working on a project. She flew in. You got in last night?
Yeah.
So we're going to be meeting on that project. But I asked her last night I texted her and asked her if she could put a few slides together and discuss universal whole insurance versus term. Who has a universal or whole policy? Okay. Who has term? All right. Because, the rule of thumb and that I followed was buy term and invest the difference, right? The problem was I never invested the difference, and term got more and more expensive as I got older, so I was ready to not get insurance. One of the things that I found as I've met other 7, 8, and 9-figure investors is that very few of them still have term. Most of them have either a universal or a whole life insurance policy. And that's why I mentioned the other day, I got both. Let me explain to you the K through 12 version of how my universal works. So I have a death benefit of $4 million on my insurance, which is what I had for term before. With term, I was paying $2,500 a month, and every month that I didn't die, that $2,500 got flushed down the toilet. Because with term, once you pay the premium, it's gone. Now, anything I say wrong, just interrupt and correct me, Naya, because you're very polite. You would just let me say it wrong. When I set up the universal policy, actually my ex-wife's husband set it up for me. See, just get along with everyone. You know, it probably has all sorts of death clauses and money going to my ex-wife that I don't know about. No, I actually had another person check it. Naya looked at it. She's like, it's good. But then I didn't want him putting together Megs, so Naya did Megs. So it's got a $4 million death benefit. Now, the premium that I pay is $5K a month. Okay? But every month, instead of just getting... So I pay double the monthly for the same death benefit that I had before. However, that's a fixed number that doesn't go up, because with term, as you get older, it gets more expensive to get the same death benefit. Now, every month, that premium goes into the market, okay? And what I actually did was I actually funded in $100,000 up front, because once I could have just sent $5,000 a month in, but by funding in the $100,000, I was able to borrow from money over here that the insurance company owns. I was able to borrow 75% of that 100K. So I borrowed $75,000 and I put it in flips. Okay? Anybody ever heard like the term like infinite banking? They call it was one, right? But the insurance people don't make it K through 12, so I never understood it, right? And so you borrow from the insurance, because at first I thought I was borrowing from myself. What you can borrow is based on what you've paid in, but you're not borrowing your own money. You're actually borrowing from the insurance company, because this money gets invested in the market. This money gets in the market. The premiums that I'm paying go into the market. Now, there's a ceiling. I can't make more than 11%. I can't make less than 7%, right? So I have a floor and a ceiling, which protects me. Naya, what's the current floor ceiling range that you're seeing on policies that you're doing?
Well, I actually just downloaded one today for my own policy. The last 12 months, I said my index is 7.5.
7.5 is what you've been making?
Yeah.
Now, what's the floor on the policy? What can it... Oh, so it's a 0. So it bottoms at a 0. And what's the ceiling, the max?
It depends on the company. Some companies 16%, some 9%.
Okay, so my personal policy has a tighter range, but it's a higher floor. So that's a conversation. You know, so some are like 0, 16.
Yeah.
So some you could go all the way down to 0, but you could go up to 16%. Mine happens to be 7 and 11. Make sense? Okay. So first of all, every year at the end of the year, I get a statement showing profits that I've made on the, like I made about 7% last year on my premiums invested in the market, and at the same time, I had access to a loan from the insurance company that I then put into flips. At the same time, I still have this death benefit. Okay? Now, what I did with the death benefit is when Meg and I were working on our trust, one of the things the trust attorney mentioned to us was, hey, you know, one thing you want to think about is the wicked stepmother, wicked stepfather syndrome. And I said, what's that? Well, when you have people that get married with stepkids, if one of them dies, then you have this awkward step-parent, stepchild relationship about the person's money, right? So imagine I die, and my boys are still young, and obviously Meg's going to take care of them, but then they get older and they accuse her of somehow holding back. That was my dad's money. He started Alpine. You screwed me. That awkward situation, or vice versa. Meg passes. Her kids accuse me of not taking care of them. So to avoid that, we put a clause in our trust that says, if I die, then Meg takes the death benefit and pays it to Casey and Tommy's trust, right, to buy my children out of my estate immediately with that death benefit. That's one of the things that triggers, that happens immediately. It's actually, I think the clause we put in was 20% of the estate's value. And so if Meg passes, then I take 20% of our estate and use the insurance proceeds and other cash to buy her children out of the estate, and that money goes in the trust. And then my private equity partners will take that money and invest it in properties that'll grow for my kids. Okay? So I like that it's very clean and it's already pre-decided. And we decided that together so that if something were to happen to me and my boys pointed the finger at her down the road, she'd be like, look, this is what we already addressed that. This is what your dad and I agreed on. Sorry that you think that's not fair, but it came up when we addressed it, right? So I like the element of that. I also have another insurance policy that my partners pay for. That's a key man policy that I mentioned the other day. So if I die, then it buys my partners out of my share of the business, which then allows them to walk away and sell it to the employees as an ESOP, an employee-owned company, or stay in the business, and then again they can buy Meg out or whatever. So there's some awkward conversations, but if you haven't pre-addressed those with your trust, you really are doing a disservice, aren't you, Don?
You are, and the most, and what complicates it more, it's not when you pass away. Okay, so in your case, in a normal trust, the wife becomes the co-trustee.
Right.
The problem becomes, and she's committed to take care of your kids. The problem comes when she passes away, and now Mr. Wonderful, which is the new ex-husband, now controls everything.
Yeah.
And then your kids really do get disinherited.
Yep.
Or when your kids get into a bad marriage.
Yeah.
And now they're in a divorce situation, and the ex-wife is receiving, or the ex-husband is receiving your inheritance. But all of those things can be addressed with spendthrift clauses, with other things within the trust.
Within the trust, you can pre-decide that. That's the beautiful thing about it, and avoid probate at the same time.
But if you don't have it in writing, you create such a mess.
Yeah.
We had a guy in our office that his dad was a Supreme Court justice in the state of Massachusetts, and he died with about a $4 million estate. So he had to quit law school middle of his third year, go back and fight with the family for 3 years, try to settle the estate. And he does not have a lot of good things to say about his dad or his family. He hates them. If it's done right, kids will get together for birthdays and weddings and Christmas, and because they want to, not because they're fighting over stuff and they hate each other.
Yeah, Meg's great-great-grandfather was from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and he homesteaded 300 acres, 30 miles outside of Jackson Hole in Victor, Idaho. And I mean, just right, pristine land right there by Jackson Hole. And Meg's dad still owns his share of it. It's he still has 30 acres, beautiful acres. And he's been married a few times, and that family's been in their land, and he wants it to go to the kids, and he kept saying that, and he had cancer a few years ago, and Meg and I were like, look, you don't even have a will. You need a trust. And he got into a situation where he needed some assistance, and Meg and her brother were just insistent that he set up a trust. And we want to help you, Dad, but if you die, right now your wife gets everything, including this family land. And one of the things that Meg and I wrote in the family trust was even if Meg and I were to build a cabin we spent a bunch of money on one of the family cabins on the land. We gutted it to the studs this year. That even if we were to get divorced or we pass away, my heirs can never lay claim on that land. That her heirs can be compelled to buy my heirs out for the value that they've invested in the property, but they can't lay claim to any ownership of the land because it's important to her and her family that land stays in the linear family. And so her dad was cool, and he put together a trust, and now it says, no matter what happens, if I die, if we get divorced, this is not part of the estate. This is my family land, and it will continue forward to my 4 children, and their spouses have nothing to do with it. And that's it. It's what they want, and I think it's a great clause to have. Okay. Let me introduce Lauren real quick. Lauren, if you wouldn't mind, come up for a sec. Some of you may have met her over the weekend. Those of you that are buying properties from us, Lauren handles all of the transactions. One of the things you notice as you sat down with Meg, there's no purchase agreements here this weekend. Nobody has signed any contracts. Nobody's committed to anything. I do that partly because there's alcohol at the event. No, it's real. And then I don't even want to call it a cooling off period, because if you decide on tomorrow that you really don't want a property, please tell me tomorrow, because I got 40 people coming here in 4 weeks. We've had 70 people on the live stream, and we sell all of our properties. Does that make sense? And so Lauren will be in touch.
Tomorrow or Tuesday.
Yeah, in the next 2 days with a purchase agreement. Lauren was really sad that she didn't get to sing karaoke last night. She's a professional singer. She's very extroverted. Her best part of the weekend is coming up here, so I'll let you leave. But everybody say hi, Lauren. Now you have a Let's give Lauren a round of applause. She's amazing. So Lauren's phenomenal. She handles all the transactions on the buy and the sale side. We use just standard Indiana real estate documents. The other thing you'll notice is when she sends you the purchase agreement, there's no earnest money requirement. Again, you don't want it, I don't want to lock you in. Okay, 2 very unconventional things that we do. The paperwork we're giving you is just a letter of intent, meaning I won't sell that house to anyone else. All right, so if you liked it, you did the research on it, it's yours until we try to get a purchase agreement put together with you. Make sense? Mm-hmm. But really, if you get cold feet, no hard feelings. It's only hard feelings if you string me out for a month. Okay? Just let me, you get cold. Every month somebody goes home and they do this. They call their guy at Fidelity and say, hey, I was at a real estate seminar and I learned about self-directed IRAs, and I know you've been my guy for years, but I want to take $100,000 that I have with you and take it away and buy a house. Do you think that's a good idea?
Oh, no.
And every month, one of you will do that, and he'll be like, oh, that's really risky. You could get all of your activities, that your whole IRA could get blown up, and then you owe the taxes, and that's very risky. Please don't take the money away from me.
Were they not here on day 2?
I don't know, but it happened. Yeah, they were. You were drinking the Kool-Aid. Who's this Aaron Adams guy? What were you thinking? And if you really would like to say, hey, you know what, you're right. Let's just get you and Dennis Blitz on a conference call so he can explain it better than me. Dennis is the nicest guy ever. Dennis wrote 12 books on securities law. Dennis has is a trustee for a reason. He just finished another book. Dennis sold a publishing company in the early 90s that wrote he wrote the books for financial planners. So if you're getting a Series 7 license, the textbook was Dennis wrote it. Okay, he knows what he's talking about, and there's a reason he has hundreds of millions of dollars running through his trust accounts at the IRA Club. It's not some fly-by-night operation, and I would love for Dennis and your guy to get on the phone. Now, people will go to their CPA, won't they, Don? And they'll say to their CPA, I'm thinking about self-directed, I'm thinking about trust, I've been learning about tax strategies, and Nervous Nelly CPA will say what?
Oh, it's risky. And they've heard a little bit about checkbook IRAs. You mentioned that.
Yeah.
Where you're going to blow up the whole IRA, but they've never invested in real estate. Don't listen to people that.
Yeah.
Don't take real estate advice from somebody that hasn't done real estate.
Yeah, I mean, my rule of thumb is don't take advice from someone unless you would trade places with them. Who would trade rental portfolios with me? Okay? But, you don't want marriage advice from me. So, I'm going to have Naya, maybe right after lunch, could we have you come up? Okay? So a couple of things I want to make available to you. If you would like the information for my personal CPA, I actually don't have Anderson do my tax. Anderson has some really great tax guys. They don't do my taxes. I have a tax guy firm out of Utah that I work with, Donald Nelson. Send me an email, and I would be happy. Just say, Aaron, could you introduce me to your tax guy? If you're not happy with your tax person, then feel free to. Lauren, can you put up to 72? I'm like cold. I'm not cold. I'm just kidding. But I know you guys are freezing. So if you would like my CPA, shoot me an email and say, Aaron, can you introduce me to your CPA? I will reply. I'll CC Donald. You can talk to him. You know, feel free to send him last 2 years of returns and say, do you think you can help us out? Best way to see if you like a CPA. If you would like my insurance person, then Naya, will you give them your email today? So when after lunch today, Naya will give you her email. Feel free to say, here's what I have with term, or I'd like to talk to you about a universal whole policy. Great. Obviously, you know who my law firm is with respect to trust. It's Anderson. But you have access to my personal network. That's why I brought Ashley here the other day. She does all of my insurance policies. IRA Club does my Roths for my children, has my Meg SEP, my Roth. Got full disclosure. I don't get kickbacks from any of them. Okay, there's no kickbacks if you buy. Dennis should give me 10% of $175. I'd be getting rich, right? $17. But you know, I would love for you to work with anyone that I personally work with, and that's why I asked them to come here. You know, Don has been fantastic over the years, helping me navigate my personal asset protection. And I want to spend a few minutes breaking that down so you guys can see how that flows. But that's why I kind of want to cover some of these things today. I'm going to have Don come up for a couple hours and do a presentation on asset protection. Don, what are we going to talk about today?
We'll go any direction you want to go. If they want to talk taxes, from tax law, and that's fine. If they want to talk estate planning, we can talk trusts, wills, with probate, we can go in capital gains taxes.
I'd love for you to touch on all of them for a couple hours. I think that'd be fantastic.
You know what? I can do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's grind through as much as you can, even if you got to go fast. Because did everyone get a voucher from Don for his Protect Wealth event? Raise your hand if you did not get one. Okay, Don, will you make sure that they get that voucher? Because they're live streaming their event in a couple of weeks. You're welcome to join them for that. Hopefully next year. We haven't had a live event this year, have we, Don, with you guys?
Nashville.
Oh, that's right. We did it. When was that? February?
3 days before the tornado hit.
That's right.
And 3 weeks before COVID broke out.
Financial tornadoes. And so hopefully we'll have one more live event this year. But they've been doing the live stream, so the next one's in a couple of weeks. We were going to have a Vegas event. Vegas increased. See, Don's problem is he has over 200 to 300 people that come to his Protect Wealth events. We've been lucky that we can limit it to 30 and then put everyone else on the live stream. But they only do 4 or 5 of them a year, so they're big. Vegas slightly increased it to 250, but then it was just the amount of rules they put just made it. We were really worried they'd shut us down because they would. What were they saying they were going to do, Don?
Well, you can't have consults.
Yeah, no consult.
If we do a consult, we have to be 6 feet apart, both wearing masks, and it's hard to draw a diagram or talk confidential tax stuff 6 feet apart, and there's so many rules. It was like, you know, so we're gonna delay having another face-to-face until next year, but we needed this.
Yeah. So.
If you registered, you'll get a confirmation. How many of you already got confirmation? You registered.
Does anybody need to give it back to him, or does anyone need another one to get it back to him? Okay.
The live streams are amazing.
Yeah, their live streams are excellent.
Amazing.
Yep.
Tremendous amount of education. Thank you very much for your service.
Yeah, Don's amazing. And those of you who haven't heard Don, we're going to give him a couple hours this morning so that he has a chance to give you a microcosm of what they do over the 3 days. And then today we'll do a working lunch again. So they'll come bring box lunches again so that we can be finished by 2 o'clock because I know a lot of you have earlier flights. So because the bus will start running at 2:30. But after Don finishes, so we won't take any formal breaks. We'll just go straight through. So when you need to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom. You need to take a phone call, take a phone call. Stretch your legs, no problem. When you want lunch, take lunch. Because I'd rather just pound content from 9 to 2. Does that make sense? Okay. So I have, in my case, I have an S Corp as a management company. I don't have a C Corp.
Why did you choose S over C?
So S versus C is a very specific decision for each investor. I have found that I still haven't been, even though I've been escrowing 20% of my profits in my tax escrow account, I found that I still am only effectively paying about 10%. So the 21% tax rate isn't attractive to me. I don't care about shares with my corporation. I'm not as concerned about a bigger benefit plan or the retirement benefit of a QRP. I don't have a QRP. One of the problems, and so for me personally, the S Corp made more sense at this stage. Understanding everything that I do about C Corp, there wasn't any education that I was trying to write off. Some of the benefits that are attractive for other people with C Corps aren't yet for me as attractive. And so Don has both, right? Don uses both S and C Corp. Most of the Anderson partners are heavy C Corp. That's why they'll encourage C Corp. But really, each one of you should, it's just like with insurance. There is no best kind of insurance. I happen, because I have an extra $100,000, because I have an extra $5,000 a month in dispensable income, why wouldn't I take advantage of a universal and a whole policy? It fits perfectly with my asset protection goals. It fits perfect with my insurance goals, and I have the cash for it. If your net worth is less than $100,000 or $200,000, term's probably great for you right now. But what I have found is that over the last 20 years, there's an evolution of insurance, there's an evolution of tax, there's an evolution of asset protection, and it's not, the mistake that I thought early on is that there was a right way to structure, right? And, if you live in a mobile home, and this is an example that Don uses all the time, if you live, so I'm gonna copyright you and steal it. But if you live in a mobile home and you get Anderson's titanium package for $15,000 and your net worth is $100,000, that's a waste of money. You don't need that package. Because now you have a nuclear defense system with an alligator moat around your trailer. It's too much. Everybody likes the idea of anonymity, but it's expensive. If you're not worth, my 2 cents, if you're not worth $500,000, you don't need a holding company in Wyoming. That's just my 2 cents. Now, I understand we disagree. But see, here's what you have to understand about your professionals, okay? There's this conference table. And there's you and your significant other and your kids, and then there's your employees. And your employees and your partners. These are the only shareholders in your money. Okay? And then you have your attorney over here, and your CPA, and your insurance people. Okay? These people really don't give a shit about you. They really don't. Not when it comes down to you. You want to know how you know? Because if you get sued and lose, they don't help pay the legal bills or the lawsuit. These people do. They all suffer. They share in the downside. If you get audited and lose, they don't help pay the tax bill, the penalties, and interest. Okay? And too often, you give them a seat at the table, you invite them to the table, and you give them a vote in what you do. Because whenever you say, what do you think I should do? You're giving them a vote. I never say to my CPA, to my attorney, to my insurance person, what do you think I should do? Is this the best for me? I don't say that. I don't say that. What are some questions that you can say to them to get their expertise without giving them a vote?
If it were you,
Is that legal?
or if it were you,
What do you do? What would you do? What are the pros and cons? What's the worst case scenario if I do this? What am I missing? What are my blind spots that you can see with what I'm thinking? But I never say, okay, I'm going to do this. Is that okay? It's important. It's important that you start quarterbacking your financial future this way. And I used to think, well, you know, if he's an attorney, I'm telling him my situation, his vote should matter. No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Because when you don't share the downside, it really doesn't matter. It's really only worth 2 cents when they don't share the downside. Okay? Can't emphasize that enough. Financial advisor. Well, now you know you can all be financial advisors. Just go to lastweektonight.com, download a certificate, and boom, you're a financial advisor. I love that.
Eric, can I comment on that?
Yes.
A lot of people confuse asset protection with anonymity.
Yeah.
And they're very, very different.
Mm-hmm.
Up until about 3 years ago, Aaron went, I'm a public figure, I'm full disclosure, I don't care about anonymity. And then we came to him and said, but there are a couple assets you have that you really don't want fully disclosed. And it was only about 3 years ago that you set up the one goal.
That's right. Yeah, it was maybe, yeah. I didn't do it till I was worth over $25 million.
So,
Because, let's talk about why. Because anytime Alpine gets sued, I get sued because my name's on Alpine. It's not on the entity, but it's on the website, right? They can walk in the office and say, "Who's the owner?" And mine blows up. Well, they won't be like, 862 Holdings LLC, right? They're like, "Oh, it's Aaron," and my name's been out there for a long time as a licensed realtor. Also, it's tied to the company, so it's so easy to say, "I'm going to sue Alpine and the owner, Aaron." As a public figure, my name was out there. I always get named, so there was no anonymity, right? Go ahead, Don.
well, and you all know the O.J. Simpson case where he sort of killed his wife, but he sort of didn't. You know, but the Goldman family gets this $43 million judgment against him. And the two assets, they can see them, but they can't take them. His NFL pension plan, it's covered by ERISA. It covers 401ks, pension plans, 403bs, those types of employer-funded plans. They could see the assets, but he's standing behind bulletproof glass, sticking his tongue out at you and going, "What are you going to do? Neener, neener, neener." They also couldn't touch his Florida home. That was protected by Florida law. But some of you don't, by homestead. A lot of you don't live in those states, those 8 states that protect your home. Who did I talk to from Pennsylvania? $300 homestead protection. Woohoo! They can't touch the first $300.
I live in Florida, man.
Yeah, okay. But so it's not about anonymity, and a lot of you think you can just pay $700 and have anonymity, and yet the mortgage is in your name. Well, an asset search is going to show who owns that. You're not going, or you hide things in a land trust after you've owned the property for 30 years and then it disappears. Well, people aren't stupid. Or you show up every month and you collect the rent. If something happens, you're going to get named in that lawsuit. Anonymity is not the goal. Now, the only time that I probably disagree with Aaron on anonymity is there are people that have maybe an ex-spouse that keeps coming after them and will not leave them alone. Okay, anonymity regardless of net worth, or you're running nuclear waste between state lines. Yeah, high risk. Okay, anonymity might be good, but for most of you, that's not the goal. The goal is a really good asset protection plan. That's the goal. And don't confuse those two together. And most anybody out there marketing this stuff is going to confuse them and say, we can get you 100% anonymity. Where with the internet today, it's not all that hard for a plaintiff's attorney to find your stuff. Is that right,
That's
Susie?
right.
Yep.
I did it for 30 years. It's not hard.
It's not hard.
You need half a brain cell. You can put two and two together.
Yeah, it's not hard. So, so I have a holding company now in Wyoming, and Team IRA Club. Anybody want to cash in? They're getting ready to head to Chicago. They're happy to meet with you before you leave, but otherwise they're driving home. Okay, guys, thanks. So, thank you, guys. Do me a favor and if you get a chance, send an email to them and say, they did such a great job. We don't need you anymore, Dennis. You're too old. Just all of you send that email. Right, Ramez?
You're watching, I'm sorry.
Thanks for the Cubans, buddy.
We'll talk Monday, Tuesday.
All right. See you, bro.
Take care.
So Megan and I have a trust, and the trust is the member of the Wyoming LLC. Make sense? Now, if you do, if you were to do a search for that entity, it would just show the law firm that represents me in Jackson Hole. And if you were to call them and say, who's the member, he would fax you over a copy of his middle finger, right? That anonymity. In fact, Wyoming LLCs are so locked down tight, really, unless there's criminal, right, Don? Unless it's a criminal case, even civil is going to be a tough piercing, right?
Without a court order, you're not going to get past that resignation or the nominee officer.
Yep. So, I also keep hearing about South Dakota trusts, because South Dakota trusts they function kind of like LLCs, because you can designate whoever you want as the beneficiary. South Dakota set a rule that once you get past 24 months, only criminal can pierce it. There's a case that I read about in the news where this multi-millionaire guy is on wife number 3, and he starts shifting all of his assets into the South Dakota trust. They go to get divorced. He only has $3 million of his $100 million estate outside the South Dakota trust. She's not listed as the beneficiary. She hires a lawyer. They can't pierce the trust, because the only thing that can pierce that trust is criminal. This is just a civil divorce proceeding. So she only has claim to the $3 million right now. That was the genesis of the lawsuit. What have you heard about that? Because those have had almost $50 billion of assets dumped into them over the last decade.
Yeah, he was a multi-billionaire, one of the richest men in the world.
Yeah.
And it's tough. In my mind, it's better than an offshore trust, but it has some. There's some things I don't like. You have to pick a third-party designee trustee.
Yeah.
We're kind of control freaks. We'd like you to be in control.
And it's got to be. It's usually the firm in South Dakota that's handling it for you, right? Or
it is.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think, well, I'll still pull the strings. And if you can pull the strings and have the trustee, if you can get access to the assets in there, it's not irrevocable. Therefore, it's not. It's subjective.
It's pretty new. It's pretty new.
But love South Dakota. There's so many things. You almost don't have to go offshore.
No, you don't have to go offshore. In fact, I'm thinking I have a couple buildings that I own that I know that I'm never selling them. But I like the idea that, look, my likelihood of civil litigation is 100%. I have civil litigation every year. Contractors countersue me, tenants countersue me, right? No lawsuits with investors, but criminal? I think there's less than 1/100th of 1% chance. Criminals usually, something you do stupid. Civil, that's all the time, right? So I'm not worried about criminal piercing my trust. I do have concerns about civil litigation or civil liability. And so I'm going to put a couple of my favorite assets. I'm just going to test it. I'll let you know how it goes, Don. But I'm going to set up because I asked the Anderson partners, and they're like, yeah, we don't like him. We think Wyoming's better. But you know me, I gotta I want to not pay my tax bill, do some flips with the money, and see what the IRS actually charges me. And Don's right. I've never been hit for 25%. Now I did have a tax bill that I stretched out over 2 years because I'm like, hey, if I'm making 40% a year, I only got to pay 25 worst case scenario. That's called arbitrage, right? That's a great way to make money. Why wouldn't I do that? But then IRS I had one property in my personal name, Don, my condo that I had here, and they slapped a tax lien on it. My tax person, because I was floating 2 years of tax returns, my bookkeeper, Dana, was sending a payment, and she would designate the tax year on the payment. So the IRS would receive it and apply it to the tax year. And there was a gap between when she thought she had paid 2016 off and when it was actually paid off. And so the IRS they showed that I had like $800 in unpaid tax from that $400,000 from that year. And then they started hitting it with penalties and interest while Dana thought she was paying down 2017. So then I had a $5,000, it was like an $800 tax bill with like $5,000 in penalties and interest that had accrued since 2016. And so the IRS put a tax lien on the one property in my name, slammed it on my condo, and so it screwed up my whole plan. So I was like, Dana, now you just need to send, because I usually would send like $25,000 a month, right? $25,000, $35,000 a month. So now I'm like, don't write the tax year. That's what's screwing us up. Because if they just get a check from Aaron Adams, they go back to the oldest payment and then clear it. So we learned that the hard way. They're supposed to. And then I'm like, and then every quarter I need you to request a total statement of what I still owe, because I had this great little house of cards where I was, slowly paying off 2 years at a time in arrears while I invested the money in flips, and then it screwed me with a tax lien. So I do know now that they'll hit you with a lien when you get past 2 years that you owe, which sucks because now I'm selling that condo and it's got 100. They hit me for all 16 and they just threw 17 on there, so it's got like 170,000 in tax liens. So now it bugged me so much. I'm just sending 200,000 to IRS this week. I'm like, I got to reset the clock, get off their radar for a few months, and then I can start slow playing my taxes and doing flips with it, right? But, it sounds facetious, but I'm telling you, they're only hitting me for like 13, 15, 17% a year. And it's not like I'm bad with my money. Look, every time I sell a deal out of the LLC, I take 20% of the profits and put them in that tax escrow account. And as that money built up in there, then I would take that out and do another flip with it, just like I do the flip with my insurance money. You want look, if you have 100 acres, plant it all.
I'm beginning to understand why, as you're aging, you need to simplify things.
Yeah.
Because it's incredibly complicated.
It is complicated.
You've got so many balls in the air. Wow.
I am brilliant at ball.
It's very creative.
Yeah.
You like that word, creative?
I like creative. I would say, we were talking about what brilliant is. I'm not a brilliant test taker, but I'm a brilliant juggler. Like I literally will go, okay, I'm in Kansas City today. Let me open the mobile home file cabinet. I have these 15 things that we got to follow up on. And then, all right, let's Alpine file cabinet. And I just track them all. And then I have this notepad that I keep. One of my favorite apps is called, I don't know what it's called, but it's on my phone and my browser. So I have all of these notepads that I use to help me stay organized. But what's cool is this same app opens up on my browser. And it's got inbox, it's got today, it's got upcoming. So I use,
That's a to-do list.
oh yeah, TODO, Todo list. Yeah, it's to-do list. But I love it because it pops up on the Chrome browser on my phone. It pops up on, to-do list. And I've been using it for years to help organize my brain. And it's just like, it's basically just a vomit of everything that for years I carried a yellow pad around everywhere, and then I transferred everything over to here, right? And now it's got everything on here. It's just for me. Yeah, and so then, when I'm in when I go to Kansas City, then I have a section of to-do lists that I pull up, and then if there's things that I know that I'll forget, and then what I also do is I email myself, because I clear all of my emails all the time. And so if I have something, for example, I have this sitting down. This is actually my oldest email in my inbox. It's over a year old. This is a property that I've been working on here in town, and I want to remind myself to keep funding. I've been slowly just funding in the repairs on it. I bought it for $30,000. It's worth about $1.2 million. I've been going back and forth on whether I want to do mixed-use commercial on the first floor, residential upstairs. I've actually decided to go for residential units. But that's my oldest inbox. So then I use my inbox as a way of, other than that, there's one January email, and then everything else is September, October, right? And so I send myself emails as a way of holding myself accountable, and then I'll put things on my calendar. So between to-do list, calendar items and reminders, and emails to myself, I have a paperless system of tracking and accountability to hold myself accountable. Jake, do you have I thought you raised your hand. No. Okay. So everybody, Jake is kind of a cool story. Jake, everybody turn around and say hi to Jake. Okay. So Jake's parents have been my business partners in Dallas for 9 years with Dallas Alpine. And I met him when he was like in 7th grade. He just graduated from Texas A&M. See, that's like a swear word. Texas Tech, Rackham Tech. That's like, that's like telling a BYU person they went from the University of Utah. They're rivals, right? It's like very bad. And so he graduated with a business degree. We invited him to come up here. He completed an internship. Everybody loves Jake. He was with me in Kansas City this week. He's going to go out to Kansas City to help our mobile home operation. So I'm excited about having him out there. Hillary, who a lot of you guys met over the weekend, I met her parents like 8 years ago as clients. She came and did an internship. And now Hillary worked here for a year and a half. Then she worked in Charlotte for about a year and a half. And then she's back here helping us with events and with customer service. She works with Ellen. It's like there's a lot of nepotism in the company. So we do have an internship program. And if you got a kid, don't send me your bad kid. They'll be here for a few weeks and then I'll send them back to you. But we always need people, and we've used it as a great way to kind of grow the program over the years. So wanted to introduce them. But you need a way to hold yourself accountable, and you need a way to remember stuff and to then administer whatever it is you're building. But I find that a lot of people they have a gap that it's their personal organization system, and they don't have a good way to remind themselves and hold themselves accountable. And just like the elaborate way that I deal with phone calls that I mentioned with my cell phone, you got to have something like that, or somebody. Like Clint has an assistant that does everything for him, Deborah, and maybe that's like the old school way of doing it. I say that everyone in the company is my assistant, so I task everyone pretty equally. So I always set that money aside, that 20% aside. But then the question is, where does the rest of the money go? Because if I have a deal sell for $100,000 that I was into for $80K, okay. Well, I put the 80 back in the LLC. One of the things Don will teach you is, for many of you in the states that you live in, a single member LLC is not good from an asset protection standpoint. Your CPA is okay with it from a tax standpoint, but why is a single member LLC a risk, Don?
There's two types of asset protection. One, if the business gets sued, we want to protect you. That's called corporate veil protection. The other is if you personally get sued, they could come in and take the assets away. And single member LLCs don't provide charging order protection. So you set up all these single member LLCs, you own them. I sue you, I can take those things away from you.
Yeah,
we'll explain why. But
yeah, so things got a little bit heated between my kid's mom and I when we got divorced for a while, and she tried to make a run at me. We were disputing some money. It went to lawyers, and she froze one of my personal accounts. She wasn't able to freeze my business account because it has other members and there's other partners and there's business money, and so judges are more reluctant to freeze that. And they're more reluctant to seize assets from that. And so by putting a second member on your LLC, you're creating the future excuse for why they can't just come and take your money. Is that K through 12 enough? Does that make sense? And so one of the things that you want to do is find a way to add a second member. Donna, what are some ways that you can add second members to LLCs if it's really just you?
Could be your IRA.
Yeah.
Could be a corporation that you own. Can't be your dog.
That could be a reason for a C Corp, right? So you could add a second member to LLCs.
Could be a child where you give them a 1 or 2% interest, and we're bringing in other partners. Whatever you do, there has to be multiple reasons for it, not just asset protection. There has to be tax advantages. I'm shifting income to lower tax brackets. There's estate planning reasons, and we can always find reasons, but there has to be other reasons. But there's always other partners that you could partner with. Your HSA plan partners with this.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Your living trust.
Living trust really doesn't exist until you die. It's revocable, it's amendable, it's changeable, it's disregarded. No, it doesn't make it a partner.
So if you're single, a single person could set up a C Corp using their trust or whatever, and then the C Corp could then be used to be a member in the LLC, a second member in the LLC, in addition to a holding company that they own.
But sometimes it becomes a little schizophrenic when you're standing in front of a judge and going, okay, so who's the partners? Well, my corporation and me. Well, okay, did you keep your minutes, meetings, resolutions in this one-person corporate? Yes. In fact, this morning I was in the shower and I had a meeting with myself and took the minutes from them. And well, okay, and everything comes down. It's if you don't run it exactly correct, or you really tick off the judge or something, it's always safer to have other parties besides just you. But it does work with your corporation, your HSA, your IRAs, but always better when we're bringing in other people. Asset protection is kind of like a stool. A one-legged stool works, but it's better once you have 3 or 4 partners, and after that, doesn't matter how many.
Yeah. So back to the deal that I sell. So I sell the deal. 80K goes back to the LLC. I don't want to put any profits in the LLC. If I can manage to keep all profits out of an LLC at the end of the year, I don't have to file a tax return for it. If there was 80 at the beginning of the year and 80 at the end of the year, and I've already pushed all the profits out, then I can disregard that because there was no taxable event, right? And so whether you and I are both members and we push all the profits out to our S or C corps, then we don't necessarily have to file a return, because if we were to get audited on that down the road, we could say there was no earnings left in the LLC. There was no need to file a tax return. That's how on the 90 plus LLCs, I'm only filing about 7 or 8 returns.
Well, they get reported on your personal return anyway, so right?
Yeah, but when you're looking at my CPA would love to do 96 tax returns. It doesn't mean that it's not reported, but I'm not getting 96. I'm not docu-signing 96 returns.
Okay, gotcha.
Does that make sense? That's a big difference, because he'd love to. Yeah.
You're not saying that you don't do the pass-through on it. You're just saying that you don't have to do an individual return on it.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, does that make sense? Huge difference.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, now I got 20K right in profits. So then I'll take 4,000 and put it in my tax escrow account, my flipping taxes account, and then the other 16,000. See, here's where most of you put 16K in your personal account. That's the mistake. That's why you don't have enough write-offs. I put the 16K. The 16K gets paid to the rest of the profit. It goes to my management company, because this manages all of my activities in the United States. Alpine Indy, Alpine Dallas, Alpine KC, Idaho, Charlotte, okay? And then the debit card that I use the most is my S-Corp account. Because now a lot of items that would be personal expenses are business expenses under the capacity of managing my other businesses. And the way that I legitimize this S-Corp, because it's an S-Corp, is I have payroll. Now, right now I have $8,000 a month that comes out, but I don't put that. I don't do payroll and put it in my personal account. I take the payroll and I send it right to IRS. So every year I'm prepaying $96,000 in federal income tax. That's another reason why I don't worry as much about investing some of this escrow money, because if I've prepaid $100 grand, I have to believe that Johnny, $20 an hour at IRS goes, let's look at this Aaron Adams guy. Well, you know, he's prepaid this year. This guy's a hot mess, and then he's paid some from 2019, and he still owes $1,000 from 2016. What an idiot, right? But he owes, he pays. Right? That's got to be part of it, right? And I love that all the way to the bank, because then I'm keeping this tax escrow money and using it to do flips and make 40% a year. How ninja is that? Now, this gives my CPA so much heartburn. When I emailed him this week, and I'm like, God damn taxing, I'm just going to wipe out 16, 17, and 18. And he's like, Aaron, that's such a good way to think. I'm glad you're finally, because he used to work for IRS, right? He was an auditor. So I'm glad you're finally seeing it my way. And I'm like, no, I'm pissed that I got a tax lien. So I'm just going to write a check. That strategy is now it's causing me more heartburn, right? Oh, and then what was even funnier was there was like $150 from 2015, Don. You're going to love this. They passed legislation that created a passport watch list, meaning that if you owe more than 4 years of taxes, they can seize your passport and or not allow you to back in the country.
Oh my!
Yeah, so they notified me I was on that watch list because I had a so because there was like $100 from 2015 that Dana had missed, and so because then it showed that I owed 5 years, right? So like you're on our watch list, and that gave my CPA like he lost a couple years from his life. He's like, Aaron, I've never seen this letter, and I'm like, all right, Don. I said, Dana. Send. They're saying that we owe $100 for 2015. We've already paid down $200,000 of 2018. Why would we not have paid that $100? Send a letter back and send them a check for the $100 for 2015. Send them $5,000 for 2016 as a second check. Send them another $25 towards 2017. So she sent that letter off, and then 6 weeks later I get the tax lien. I'm like, yeah! So I'm just sending them $200 grand. Right? So now there's all these checks floating back and forth between me and IRS, because now they don't have the money's up here. But I never want to send the IRS money when I don't have to, when it doesn't make sense. Does that make sense? It's just a principle about my financial plan. So like, for example, I have a principle that I don't want more than 5% of my net worth tied up in personal residences. So I don't want, in the houses that I live in, I don't want more than 5% of my net worth tied up in houses that I live in. I think that's just an arbitrary number that I heard from another rich dude, and I thought, oh, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. Because your house is a liability. Just because you put it on your asset column when you're getting a loan does not mean your house is an asset. Just because you have it paid off doesn't mean it's an asset. Just because you have equity does not make it an asset. Assets pay you money. Liabilities cost you money. Okay? That car, that Range Rover is a liability. All of my cars are liabilities. My children are liabilities. Well, now my oldest is almost an asset. He almost makes more for me than he cost me, right? My house, our house in Idaho, it's worth $900,000. So if my net worth is roughly $45 million, I don't want more than $2.25 million. Is that right? In personal homes. Now, I have a house in Idaho for $900,000. But my 1634 house down the street's worth about 1.5. So when Meg said, hey, let's sell the house in Idaho and buy a $1.3 million house, do you see why it gave me heartburn? Not because we can't afford it. In fact, I even went, okay, oh, and then I have my condo that I'm in the process of selling that I still owe. That's worth $500,000. So then I'm like, okay, all right, and I have anxiety, Meg, that you want the 1.3 house, because over here, you know, the idea was that we were going to finish this 1634 house that we saw yesterday. We're going to move upstairs. It's still going to be an asset, though, right? I was so excited I was going to have a primary residence asset where I can Airbnb the first floor, Airbnb the carriage house. I was like, you know, now I was going to be able to start bragging about primary resident asset. And now you want to sell this Idaho house and buy this 1.3 million. And I'm like, all right, well, when we sell that, we'll have 900. And then when we sell the condo, we'll have, you know, 1.4. I'm like, all right, well, that's still okay because we'll sell those two. And then we'll have, but now we're at 2.8 million, which is quite a bit more than where I really want to be. And she's like, it doesn't matter. She's like, I like this $1.3 million house. And I'm like, it's not that I don't like it, but we're breaking one of my rules. Because I don't say that they're our rules. I've been doing them since long before. It is my rule, yeah. And she's like, it seems so arbitrary. It's stupid. We have so much money. And I'm like, yeah, but one of the reasons we have so much money is my rules. My rules work. And I don't like to, I feel dirty breaking the rules. Yes?
So could you actually take some of your cash from somewhere and make it, instead of taking the loan out for the full amount, drop it down so that you're following? So
great question. So she's like, let's take 80,000. Let's take, you know, some money from one of these LLCs out of, and I'm like, no. I don't want to take asset producing money of ours and put it over here in the dead liability pool of our personal residence. Okay. And so then she goes, well, let's just get a mortgage. And I'm like, oh, no. What, recourse? You want to? She's like, let's just get enough to put a really nice barn and a pool in. And I'm like, so now we're going to blow past the 5% cap. And now you want to get recourse debt on our primary residence. I would rather take some money from one of the LLCs and own it free and clear. And go above the rule.
So this isn't stuff you own money on. It's money you put into it. I misunderstood that. So
which one?
Taking a loan on this new house. This 2.5
well,
is not loan.
So when we're not closing on the new house until January 11th because they want to spend one more Christmas with their kids. The condo's going on the market this week. This I own free and clear. The house that we saw yesterday. I don't have a mortgage on that. This I own free and clear. And so we're going to sell. This will definitely be sold before we have to buy this. So I'll have that money back. And then this will most likely be sold. But then when she wanted to put a $200,000 barn and pool in, then she's like, well, let's just get a mortgage for $200K. And I'm like, no, even that I don't want.
Okay, so when you buy this new house, you're not getting a mortgage.
I was hoping not to. I didn't like the fact that we're at 2.8 million when I don't want to be more than 2.25.
And then her solution was a loan.
And then it goes. Now you see how it's all connecting because my rules are arbitrary. They're rules for me for my money, but I don't want recourse debt on my primary residence. That feels like I'm taking a step backwards. Is it a big deal? No. Did we have a fight about it? No. Was it a contention point? No, because Meg works the right. Huh? She did. Yeah, because I understand that it's arbitrary. And she didn't even have to say it. I said it for her. I said, you know what? You work your ass off. You make a ton of money. You deserve a very big vote in this. That's what I said to her. See, at 47, I've learned when I got divorced the first time. My asshole factor has gone way down. Because I would have fought that fight with my kid's mom. I'm not fighting that fight now. I don't fight about money, right? It's not worth it. So I'll get us back to the rule somehow. Now, if I could say I was worth 60 million,
Well, there you go, that solves the problem.
yeah, then we're good. Because then I just need to make more. I just need to power through it, right? It is semantics. Yeah, Brittany calls it RPP, rich people problems. Because I remember PPP. Like, hey, let me pay for dinner, guys. Please clear. Please clear. Please clear. Please.
Don't blow up.
Don't blow. Because here's the look from the waiter.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
It declined. God, who's had that one like in your 20s? Oh, you're like, oh, must be a limit on this card. What a night. That's PPP. Or I can get a quarter of a tank today. That's PPP. Or my refund check. That's PPP. This is RPP. So this is where you want to pay. I pay my kids from the S Corp. They're employees of the S Corp. I try to pay, I try to make sure that every vacation is always a business trip. So Travis and Malou and I have been all over the world. We saw the Northern Lights together in the Arctic Circle. We went to Travis and I got diarrhea together in India. We skied down Innsbruck ski slope where they had the Winter Olympics. What's that? Yeah, that was hell. Dude, you're preaching to the choir. So one thing about Austria and Switzerland, here in the US they're like green, blue, double blue, black. Over there they kind of tell you where things are, but I was talking to a Swiss ski instructor, and I'm like, why is there only kids in the classes? And he's like, well, in Switzerland, everyone skis. He's like, let me give you an example. In the US, you don't say, do you ride a bicycle? That's cool, you ride a bike? You know how to ride a bike? That's great, because every kid in the US knows how to ride a bike. Does anyone not know how to ride a bike? A couple months ago, we had someone who didn't. So he's like, it's that way for us with skiing. We all ski. We don't say, oh, you ski? That's cool. I don't ski. Like, we all ski. It's Austria. And so they're all excellent skiers. And so Meg and I were in San Moritz, and we said, let's just take an intermediate run. And so we go down, and I'm an expert skier. I can ski double diamonds in Jackson. And I'm going down this run, it's pure ice. I'm having trouble cutting an edge, and I'm getting faster and faster on each turn. And my bottom sleeve slides out from under me, and I slid down the mountain. I've never slid, because out west it's powder, right? You don't really slide, you fall. And I slid down. I've never had that experience. I went 400 yards down the mountain. I could not stop myself. Like, I wasn't panicking. It wasn't a yard sale. My skis were on, and I'm like trying to stop myself, and it's so icy, right? Meg actually didn't fall. She made it down. She's a better skier than I am. We get to the bottom, and I was like, I'm like scared, like learning to ski scared. So I said to one of the instructors, one of the ski patrol guys who helps me up, are you okay? Do you need anything? And I'm like, no, I'm good, bro. And he's like, American, right? Yeah. And I was like, I thought that was intermediate. He's like, oh, yeah, that's not intermediate. You see where you got off the lift there? You have just done where the World Downhill Championships will be in a couple of weeks. So congratulations to your wife, she completed it. Now he's like, you did it in like 22 seconds, which is close to what the racers will finish it in. She took a little longer because you took a more direct route. So then the whole rest of the day, I was like traumatized. I'm like, this vacation, we stopped. They had this pre-skiing, which means stop and get drunk on the way down. They have these little huts, right, where you can have like a warmed mug of wine. It's great, but not great when you try to go ski down ice. And so I'm like, Bunny Hill only the rest of the day. I'd rather drink and chill than any other way. So, but this structure, not only does this structure help me from an asset protection standpoint, from an anonymity standpoint, but it also helps reduce taxes. From one investor to another, the biggest benefit for you will actually be tax reduction well before asset protection will become an issue. Now, the ironic thing about asset protection is that it only takes one asset protection issue to ruin your whole financial life, right, Don?
Yeah, and compared to taxes that just kind of suck the lifeblood out of your state as you go along.
Yes.
And lawsuits come down and beat you on the head one day, you get served. But very different types of tornadoes, but they're both very real.
Yeah, it is.
So when did you start worrying about I know you should do it at the beginning, but I'm assuming you kind of learned as you went.
Yeah, so I would say for you guys, as you're thinking about it, think tax for, think 65% tax, 35% asset protection would be my advice to you. Non-licensed, non-attorney. Make sure you're getting the tax benefit. That's something that'll help you this month, right? Setting up a management company helps you immediately to stop putting money. Your goal is, I don't even like to put $100K in my personal account a year. I try to spend, not because I try to pay my children instead of paying for things for them. And so as much as possible, I want to use the S Corp or put it in my kids' account so it runs through them, because even if I owe taxes on their behalf, it's still going to be cheaper than the 40% that I pay out of my personal account, because everything out of personal is a 40% tax rate for me. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so I would always rather pay taxes out of their, or I'm gonna owe for Casey, but so what, right? It's still a third of what I would pay if I paid for things for Casey out of my account. But the thing I want to convey to you this morning is, yes, it's complicated because you're trying to accomplish a lot of things. You're trying to reduce your taxes. You're trying to limit your liability. You're trying to help your estate over time. You're trying to, but everybody needs to have this kind of plan in your head, and you need to have a working knowledge of it. Don't just say, I'll just talk to Anderson and ask him what I need to do. Don't do that. Don't do that. Learn enough to be dangerous. Right? I can speak enough contractor to have an intelligent conversation with my guys, knowing that I can't do anything myself. I can discuss the pros and cons of S Corp and C Corp enough to make a decision about what's best for me and why, even though I really don't know the nuances and I can't remember them all. That's where Don comes in for me. That's where Clint and Toby come in for me, right? And so I've learned enough to be dangerous. I don't know how to file a tax return. I don't log into QuickBooks, but I know auditors. I don't know. I had no idea how to install a furnace in a 1,000 square foot house that I own, but I know the furnace itself costs about $700 or $800. I know it takes 2 guys about 3 or 4 hours to do it, and it's pretty skilled labor. It's $50 per person per hour labor. So I know that much. I know a 1,000 square foot house, to just put another 30-year shingle on top of the existing one's about $2,500. About 60% of that's materials. I have no idea how to put a shingle on a house. I don't need to know that. So I learn enough so that I need to know so that I can think and speak intelligently about it. That's where your education needs to extend to. Okay? And if you have a personal expertise that extends beyond that, if you're a contractor, if you're an attorney, if you're a CPA, that is your biggest weakness. Because you'll micromanage that aspect of your business, or you'll be too conservative, or you'll over-engineer it, and it will actually hurt you. Buster sucks at flips because he never thinks about the ARV, and he never thinks about a target yield, and he only thinks about the rehab itself because that's where his ability pulls him to. Don is, I would say, if you added up all of Don's buckets, he's probably 60% more conservative than me in his financial life compared to my financial life. Right? It's just a function, but it's authentic to Don. and mine's authentic to me, and we both sleep well at night with the amount of risk that we take. Although I would actually say Don's more aggressive than I am at times in business.
I think so.
Yeah, I would say you're probably in 9.5, 10 in business. And maybe, I don't know, what would you say your tax 1 through 10 rating is?
My effective tax rate.
No, your aggressiveness on a scale of 1 to 10 for your tax.
Very conservative.
Yeah, 4 or 5. What about insurance? Where are you?
About 3.
Pretty conservative. Okay, so again, there's no right or wrong. That's the thing I hate when other seminar people do that. What about your leverage? What about debt? 1 to 10.
Very little debt.
So you're probably 2 or 3. See, so Don is a little more aggressive leverage. Business, but then he's more conservative than me in tax, right? So I'm not qualifying it. I'm just recognizing that we're 2 different investors, and we have 2 different financial pictures. But each of us has to live with our own. And so it's having an awareness and saying, I don't quite have as much as I want. Where in these 4 areas can I add risk in my tax, in my leverage, in my business, with respect to my insurance? Can I increase my deductibles and those kinds of things? Yeah.
Those of us who are W-2, and what kind of a rule of thumb do you have for the management company when that comes into play, where all you might have are
Great question. Don?
Pick out a very broad, have a business, but pick out a very, very broad business purpose. It's to manage investments. That's broad. It could be pork bellies today and stocks tomorrow and real estate. But pick it a broad business purpose. And keep good notes, keep good records, whatever your expenses. But now when you come to, you take a stock class, or you come to Aaron Adams, or it's broad enough that you can manage investments. The key to being more aggressive is education. I really think the more I feel comfortable, the more I know about it, the more aggressive I'll be. The reason that Aaron is so aggressive on certain things is because he's taking the time, he's disciplining himself to understand it. Now he feels comfortable. Aaron, you don't jump into things.
No.
But he takes a lot of time to educate himself. Therefore, he's more. But when we're lazy about education, we're never going to be aggressive. I'm going to my 2 cents.
And can those change over time?
They should.
You always want to push yourself, absolutely.
Because I would think the more assets you get, you're going to be more aggressive, maybe with insurance, than you would be maybe if you don't have it.
Unless you stop growing. And when you stop growing and you stop educating yourself, then you come into a hole and you get really scared and very conservative.
Yeah, so I mean, the rhetorical question that I would pose to you, and one of the reasons why we talked about active income, is like you have a great W-2 income. It's something that you like it. It's cool. It fits with your life. You're not looking to fire your boss, right? Based on everything I understand. And so, but couldn't you potentially, you guys have your Airbnb business. Now you're going to have a rental in Charlotte. You're going to have a rental in Indy. Now you got 3 businesses. Would there be a way to expand that footprint? Maybe add a trailer park locally, active income. Maybe add another Airbnb. Maybe even if you did wholesaling on 2 or 3 deals a year, learn to do a marketing campaign. It's not that you need the money, but why not start like the mindset, which is where it all starts. Could the mindset expand to maybe not pick up an extra work-related money source? It may don't ever work overtime, and reallocate that to some real estate activity, because the tax benefits for real estate active businesses are the best of all businesses. And so would that be something that over the next few years, it's because no one ever, no one's ever really passionate about real estate itself. We're passionate about the money you can make, the hourly wage that goes up, But, you know, I'm not like, oh yeah, my flips are a work of art that fill my soul. I mean, I do like historical restorations. It's very satisfying at a very fundamental level for me to do that, but in no way can it approximate the joy that I felt coaching high school kids, or the joy that I feel as a parent, or the joy that I feel teaching. Like, teaching is just, I love teaching. This is my superpower. I would do it for free. I did do it for free at the high school. When I added up all those hours that I spent coaching and teaching, I was making like $4 an hour. And so I've never felt the buzz from real estate that from making the money of real estate that I felt teaching. But I'm okay with that because, when I was 13, we had a septic tank in New Jersey at our house. And 7 kids, septic tanks, it was full every 3 months. So my dad would have to get it pumped, and he would make my brothers and I would draw straws to see who had to go open it in the front yard. Because that little pop when you open it can knock you on your ass, right? My dad had he finally bought some AstroTurf and put it in our yard. Because we were digging it up every 3 months, right? So one day I go out there, and my dad comes out the front door when the guy pulls in, and my dad's like, "Oh," so they like bro hug, and he's talking to this guy. Long story short, the guy who was pumping the septic truck had been an attorney for a firm in Atlantic City that did work for the casino. And my dad knew him in the capacity as an attorney. So he says to him, "What are you doing, man? Did you get disbarred?" Right? And the guy's like, No. I sold my shares in the business to my partners, and I bought 2 of these trucks." My dad's like, "Did you have a mental breakdown?" And the guy's like, "Well, it's funny. I was billing about $150 an hour as an attorney. And pumping these trucks, I make about $500 an hour. Oh my God. And as an attorney, whenever I showed up, nobody was happy to see me. Everybody's happy to see me now. And as an attorney, nobody wanted to pay me. And now if they don't pay me, I'll just pump it back. And essentially, I'm doing the same thing I was doing before. Slinging shit. So, now I just wear this jumper suit and put some mentholatum on my nose. He's like, "I love my life." And my dad I remember he laughed, and he went, as he's going to the house, he's like, "That's a life lesson right there." And I've never forgotten that, because honestly, if I could make more pumping septic tanks, I'm 100% certain that I would do it. If I could make $6 million a year doing septic, there is zero. The reason my companies are called Alpine is about as generic as it can be, is because my identity is nothing to do with my property management company. It's a sad legacy that you leave to your children if all you leave them is a business with your name on it. Because the legacy that I will leave with my children is the legacy of me. Of the fact that I chose. Think of the money it cost me to choose to take custody of my children and live in Idaho. I don't pretend for a minute it's been better for my business. That I make more money because I chose to be the primary custodian of my children. It's cost me money to live in Idaho. Just because I bought $10 million worth of businesses in Idaho and I make profit, it costs me money that I can only go to Charlotte every 6 months. It costs me money that I'm not here at my biggest operation. It costs me money that I'm not on the road. It hasn't been good for my business. But my business is not my legacy. My money is not my legacy. I'm the legacy. It's the fact that I go to the swim meets, and I'm the videographer for the swim team. Right? It's the fact that I sit at the hockey rink from 9:15 to 10:15 and freeze my ass off while Tommy plays hockey. It's the fact that I'm the first person he texts when he got his braces off on Thursday. And also the first person he called when he felt like the swim coach had offended him by saying that he needed to lose some weight. Those are memories that are written on the hearts of my children, and that they will always remember, and that if I get hit by a bus today, I'm at peace about the balance that I've created in my life right now. That I feel like my 5 F's are in balance. They're not great, but I've achieved a balance that I'm happy with and that I'm proud of. And if that resonates with you on a personal level, then, from one investor to another, from one human being to another, identify your buckets, fill your buckets, because just dumping money into your finance bucket is not going to fill your life. It'll just fill your finances. The final thing I want to talk about before we have Don hop up here, and Don, if you have your slides, we'll take those. You can plug those in, because then we can just keep right going, because we're going to just grind till 2 today. Plus, I got to check my fantasy team. Hold on. Megan calls it my fake football. She's like, last week I spent 7 hours watching fake football.
What's fake football?
Oh, if you have to ask. Anybody else play fantasy? See, I'm worried that, perfect example. I got a player that's out.
Yeah, fake.
Oh, fake. I think you said fake, like believing.
I just got a player that got PPD'd. Damn it. Hold on.
Is that payroll from the CARES Act?
Basically. Whew. I just had to put Greg Ward in. See, if he would have been, I would have been screwed if that 11 o'clock games would have started. Oh, no, it's 1 o'clock here. I'm thinking it's 11 a.m. I got time. Once Don speaks, I can go take some time. Who plays fantasy? It's so addictive. Dude, never play. So basically we have a work team, and then we did a draft, and we all draft. Everybody picks a quarterback, and then everybody picks a wide receiver, and then everybody picks a running back, right? So everybody picks their team from all the teams. So now I have a fake team, and then we play each other, and then how that real player performs, I get points today. But I got a player that has COVID, and so he was on the bench. So if he was in my starting lineup today, then I would get 0 points for him. So, yeah, he has real COVID. No, the only thing fake is my team. So these NFL players hate it, because a real person will come up to them and be like, dude, you sucked last week. You only had 3 points for my fantasy team, and I started you. And these guys are like, I don't care about your fantasy team. I'm playing football for the Eagles, But I'm telling you, I used to bet all the games every Sunday, like bet the spread. And now that I play,
I can still be invested, but you have none of the downside.
And I like fantasy football. My one league, we each put in $100, and then we were going to cancel the work league because everyone's afraid with COVID. So I'm like, Alpine's putting up a $500 prize, because I wanted everyone to take it seriously, because there's nothing worse than somebody on your fantasy team that doesn't take their team seriously. But I literally, Megan teased me, I spend an hour and a half a day on my stupid researching players, trades, drafts. Now I get way more buzz from fantasy football, and I'm the one paying for the league this year. There's no money. It's a liability. But guess which bucket it fills for me?
Fun.
Huge for my fun bucket. I love it. I'm so excited right now that Don's going to speak and I can leave.
Come on, tell the truth. You're going to watch the BYU beat up on San Antonio High School yesterday.
But dude, and they barely won.
I know. See, he knows.
I'm so pissed at them. We are not the 15th team in the country, Don.
I agree.
This year we did a budget draft, so everyone had $200, and so one guy spent like 86 of his $200 on Saquon, who now is out for the season, and then somebody else bought Christian McCaffrey. They're screwed. So family, fun, fitness, faith, and finances. Those are my 5 F's.
It's in the book, right?
Fantasy football is under the... Yeah. Okay, you guys all should be getting copies of the book. If you bought a property this weekend, we give you a hard copy. If you didn't buy a property, just email me. I'll send you the PDF. Okay? I ain't giving you a free book. You didn't buy a property? No, I'm just... If you really want one, ask the team. They'll give you one. Buy it yourself on Amazon, and then do a good review. Hey, if we give you a free copy, please go to Amazon and give me some good reviews. That's fair, if you like it. If you don't like it, but yeah, I wrote chapters on. The other thing that I wrote were my 5 glass ceilings. This was the other section of the book that Wiley and Son came back and asked me to do another book on. But just like I'm not a musician, but I play the piano, I am not an author. My ADHD cannot handle writing a book. I'll speak for 3 days straight, but don't make me sit in front of a blank computer screen. That's like, and Don's written 7 or 8 books, right?
Again and again and again and again and make sure it's right. It's time consuming to write a book, you know.
It's just, for me, it's draining in a way that speaking and teaching never will be. So I wanted to mention this real quick. This is another section of the book. And, just give you a 10-minute overview because you can read about it. But what I have found in 20 years in building businesses, and I've started everything from a Mexican grocery store to a slushy snow cone stand to title companies, brokerages, property management. I have a good sense for how to start a business now and how to run a business. I've mastered the skills. Tony Robbins has a fun. Don't pay for Tony's seminar about his money book. Have you read the money book that he wrote a couple years ago? What's the name of it? Let me show you real quick because it's such a good book. Yeah, it's called Money. Master the Game. Good, great book. So one of the things that Tony Robbins says about money is that learning to run a business and learning to make money is learning to assemble the parts of a printing press. And that when you learn to assemble the printing press, then it always works for any business. And I love that because making money and running a business is principle based. And I can definitively say that I'm 100% confident that I could be the coach of a real NFL team because it's interesting. Some of the best coaches in the NFL barely even played pro or didn't play pro. They only played college or didn't. The coach of the Lakers, who should win the NBA championship there, LeBron James basketball coach, did not have a scholarship for college. He was a high school basketball player. He started as the video assistant for the Pacers. Like breaking down video in the video room. It was like a job that any tech could have done. And then he worked his way up. He learned game theory. He learned coaching techniques. He and now he is the head coach of the Lakers, soon to be world champion. He was the head coach of the Pacers. He was the head coach of the Orlando Magic. He's now the head coach of the Lakers. Knowing how to play basketball is only probably 3% of being a successful coach. And how interesting is that? Same with NFL. I am 100% confident I could run a professional sports team because it's more about mastering the principles of leadership and running an organization. How interesting is that? And most NFL teams are, even with the office staff, are rarely over a couple hundred employees. Even easier for me. One team, one location, a couple hundred people in my sleep. The only thing that's different is the dollar amounts the employees are getting paid, the zeros for the revenue, but the business itself doesn't change that much. Isn't that interesting? And as an NFL coach, you can hire unlimited position coaches. So what I noticed was that at each level of business, people hit or break through ceilings to graduate to different income levels. And in my experience, these are the limiting elements that you either learn to break through and move to the next level. So, this right here would be making over 4 figures, 5-figure income, 6-figure income, 7-figure income, and 8-figure income. So you will never make more than $9,000 dabbling in an idea, okay, until you learn how to find a customer for that. Until you break through just a good idea for a business, it's a hobby. It's an idea. you're dabbling, okay? Once you find a customer and learn to match the customer with your idea, your service, or your product, then you have the potential to graduate to a it's not fixed, 5-6-figure income, okay? And a lot of people, now if you're an artist, right, if you're an artist and you match people up with your customer, you can make a 10-figure income just painting, but there's very few 7 and 8 and 9-figure incomes that you can make without employees. Employees become the element of team that makes, it's the exception that you can make $1 million a year without employees. Now, I have a client that she works for a multi-level marketing company, has made millions of dollars without employees from her living room. She works with Beachbody, and she's amazing with them, and that's a multi-level marketing. So I'm not anti-MLM, I'm not anti-artists, I'm just speaking in the majority. 90% of the time, to run a business, to build the business printing press, you need employees. And so what's interesting is the skill set that's required to develop a product and find a customer requires a completely different skill set to build a team. So think about Jake, right? And so Jake is bright. He's got a lot of options. He could work with his parents. He could go get a corporate job. But I want Jake to be part of my team. And so we brought Jake up here a month ago. We've had him in our offices. I had him out to Idaho. We went to Kansas City. And so this week, I sat down with Jake and said, Jake, this is my vision for how you can help my company over the next 12 to 18 months. And this is why I think it will be good for you. And I know your girlfriend lives in Texas, and I know your parents live in Texas, and I know you've never lived outside of Texas, but I want you to be part of my team. This is how you can help me, and this is how this can help you. And then Jake had to decide, do I agree with Aaron, and is this the best very next step? It's a close. It's sales. I'm selling Jake on working with me, and I had to sell Travis on working with me in Charlotte. Travis doesn't need me to make millions of dollars, but we feel like we have synergy that's created. That's why we love working together. And now we have trust that's frosting on top of that cake that makes it even better. And last night, I was exhausted, but we sat down for an hour and a half to plan another business venture that we're working on that's going to make more money. And for us, it's not even about the money. It's just about I want things to work in Charlotte as much as he wants them to work good here in Indy and work in KC. And so, I don't know if we're going to make a lot of money from Aaron Adams Trading, but if I do, Trav's going to be making it right there with me. We don't need to have some big contract that says that he's getting paid on that. And so, building a team, do I not have an amazing team? You've met them. Yes. They kick ass. Can you see why my teams won when I was Coach Aaron 20 years ago at the high school? Right? Who would want to be part of my team? Yes. Right? Because my teams win. Winners win. You can't say it any other way. Has anybody ever heard Eric Thomas? Yeah. Oh, wait, who's never heard Eric Thomas? All right, push pause on the stream, Jake. Show him a little video, a little 5-minute video. cup of tea, but here's my point. Whenever I don't feel like working out, I put that on and just listen to it. And then I'm like, all right, I'm just going to go on the treadmill for 30 minutes. And then you get in there, you're like, well, if I'm here, I might as well work out. And then you do a full workout. Sometimes faking it is what you need to do. You know, I was listening to a TED Talk, and they were saying that you can't fake smile and not release endorphins in your brain. How interesting is that? If you smile genuinely, you can't not release those endorphins. It's connected. I thought that was interesting. And what I have found with business over the years is that if I focus on each successive level of how do I build, you know, if I'm not happy with my team, then what do I need to change to build a better team? What do I need to change to learn how to raise money, manage money? You know, that's why when I met Naya, and she knows how to syndicate, she knows how to network with investors, she knows how to raise capital. Even though we've only known each other for a few years, we were both operating at this higher level, and we started our business relationship at a much farther place down the road. That's a common trait, is when you meet other business people that have already paid the price to move their business forward, then you can instantly start working with them in a different way. The final level that I've seen is learning systems. Until you learn to develop systems, until every person in your organization has key progress indicators and metrics are used to track your organization, and every person has a goal and a number that helps define their performance in their job that they think about and that they have to be accountable for, then you don't have an organization that exists without you. You don't have an organization that allows you to go on vacation. You don't have an organization that can truly be passive for you without good systems. And one of the reasons why we're the only turnkey operation that I know operating in multiple states with vertical integration is because of the systems that tie us together. And you know, this week we had a conversation about how we do the budgets, the system for budgets in Indy versus Charlotte. And we were a little bit different. So we synced that up. Not because it really matters. It wasn't an issue of whether the work was getting done, but it became a communications issue across markets. And so we fixed that system irregularity. Does that make sense? And so when you start to think about your money in a way of everything is your fault. If you lose money, it's your fault because you lose the money. Stop, you know, that's why I love that video. Stop blaming your employees. I can't find good people. No, you're not a good person. You're not a good boss. You think of the team as what you want from them, not how can I help get them to their very next step, and in the process have a better business for me. Ellen was up here a second ago, and Ellen, her number one priority is her family. She's an amazing mom. She's an amazing wife. Her second priority is the yoga studio that she owns because it's her business. And we talked for a couple hours on Thursday about her trying to buy the building that she's in from the building owner because that's more important. And then comes Alpine. And I'm totally fine being number 3 for her. I'll take Ellen's B+ effort any day than somebody else's A+ effort because she's that much of a winner. And I'm worried if my employees, if Alpine is their number one option. Why is your life, what's wrong with your 5 Fs that your job in real estate is more important than your family or your faith or your, how did that happen? I don't know if I want to work with someone where their job is their number one most important thing. And so part of this weekend, and as I think back over the last 20 years, part of this weekend for you should be, yes, how do I get the knowledge? And we have the knowledge. Or how do I get the product? And we have the product. But it really should be, take this opportunity that you put pause on your life for 3 days and say, where am I with this 35,000 foot level? And can I make some structural changes to what I'm doing to go back home and be happier? Because really, that's what it's all about. No one will remember 100 years from now what we did here, whether I won that lawsuit. No one's going to remember that. There's no legacy of, and then Aaron did these modular homes. He made 48%. That doesn't carry forward to the third generation. But Aaron's legacy as a father could. Aaron's legacy as a business owner that touched people's lives could. Aaron's legacy of a product and an offering and a company that resonated multi-generationally could. But nothing as far as, Meg and Aaron bought that $1.3 million house in 2020. That was pretty badass. Nobody cares about that. And nobody will care. Yet we find ourselves spending way too much time on those idiosyncratic, really important today, but not really important things. So, I don't like talking about this stuff on day one because it sounds like I'm selling a Tony Robbins seminar. But it's funny, it's this stuff is 90% of why I'm where I'm at 20 years later. It's not that I learned how to price a roof. It's not that I learned how to do a hard money loan. And 20 years ago, I thought that would have been more important. And as I look back, I graduated through the levels because of the willingness to be humble, the willingness to be vulnerable, the willingness to show true gratitude and need to the people in your life so that they do help you, that you do create synergy. That's how that aspect of learning to win is what has made our attrition rate be so low. Because I never try to pretend that I can do or that I am anything that I'm not. That's another reason why I wear shorts and flip-flops. That authenticity for me has been a key way to overcome my weaknesses as an individual and as a business owner and let other people honestly know who I am and why they may want to work with me. Does that make sense? Okay. So I want to transition over to Dom because we've already been talking about, let's see, it's this one, right?
Not the brake slides.
So I want to jump over to this presentation because we're grinding here. And we actually have covered a lot. We're doing good today. Is your mic back on?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you need to take a break or if you need to stand up, stand to the back or go get a drink, let's do that. But we're not taking a break. We're going right through.
Straight through to 2. So as you get done, we'll bring Naya up, and because I want to squeeze all of those things in before 2 o'clock today. So.
Cool. All right, let's go.
I'm going to check my fantasy fake football team. I'll be right back.
Has this been an amazing weekend so far? Aaron.
Thank you.
Aaron. And when we talk about an amazing team, Travis, we've got all the world respect for him. Brittany, oh my gosh, I hope you spend a few minutes with Brittany. What a rags to riches story. We took her on a cruise, and she was one of our instructors. We did the Alaska cruise for 8 days, and got to know Brittany better. 15 kids in her family, is that right? I think so. A huge family, and she decided when she was 6 years old if she wanted to go to kindergarten, she'd better figure out the bus system in Dallas because nobody else cared in her family, and absolute poverty, and she is just an amazing. Ellen, I call her Mary Poppins because she's practically perfect in every way. Just amazing mom. Aaron has a pretty incredible team. I hope you've spent time and vetted the team. It's much more important than vetting individual properties you may or may not own. The team is, I hope you've spent time with the team. Anyway, so I run a company called Protect Wealth Academy. We've been teaching asset protection. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a CPA, but I've spent the last 20, 25 years surrounded by some of the smartest, best people in the nation. Attorneys are really good at what they do, but they're not always good at explaining things. Would you agree? And what we bring to the table is we're not attorneys, but we've spent a lifetime figuring out the complex issues of estate planning, income tax system, and we're pretty good at explaining it to people. That's sort of what we bring to the table. So I've written 5 textbooks. When you write a textbook for a law firm, you better be pretty accurate. And if you say to somebody, you can still deduct your mortgage interest if you put your home in a limited partnership or an LLC, you better be right on that issue. Because there's people that are going to read that book that are going to rely on that. And you better cite not only the IRS code, but the newest tax laws and any revenue rulings that have come against that in any case law, and you better be accurate. Because so that's sort of my background, is surrounding myself with people a lot smarter than me. We run a 3-day asset protection class. The theme of the class is a lifetime to accumulate, 3 days to protect. And some of you have been in our classes and on our cruises. And I got to tell you, our cruise buddies are our favorite students, because you go to dinner with them every night, and it's a different learning experience. Anyway, when we do a class, we're bringing some of the best instructors from the nation. You know Aaron. Some of you know Clint Coons from Anderson Law Group. Some of you have met Scott Estel, the former senior trial attorney from the IRS. After leaving the IRS 20-something years ago, he's turned around and sued them over 2,000 times. He's never lost a case. No. For representing other people. And he can take your case all the way to the Supreme Court level of the tax code. And these little junior auditors that try to go up against him just get buried. He's just amazing. And so he's always one of our instructors, one of the best strategists. Sit down with you and go over your state. And, well, what if you did this? And what if you did this? And how could we structure? And anyway, that's kind of when we come to the summit, I'll go over that later. But for years, we've also sold legal forms. We don't really say much about that, but we have. Long before LegalZoom ever existed, here are the forms to set up your own limited partnerships, your own LLCs, your own corporations. How many in here have already set up an LLC all by yourself without the use of an attorney? You just set up an LLC. Okay, so about half the class. How many of you have set up a trust all by yourself? I don't believe that. How many of you have an IRA? That is a trust. It has beneficiaries. How many of you have a 401k or a pension plan? And the attorney didn't set it up. You filled in a form created by the attorney, and you put your name where the name went, and you didn't really understand what the beneficiary was, but there was a paragraph that kind of explained that, and they walked you through it, and you signed it and dated it, and if it said notarize here at the bottom, you notarized, and if you didn't, then you didn't, right? And it was done. If we could make legal forms that easy, once you've ever set up your first LLC, you'd wonder why anybody would pay an attorney to do it. This is sort of what we've done. So, and then I've run a hotline for 22 years of people who are trying to do their own legal work. I can walk you through almost any legal form out there saying, here's what this means, here's what this means, because that's what I do. When we talk tax and legal, there's always going to be a disclaimer. What we're going to talk about the next little while, I don't know if it applies to you or not. We're going to throw out a lot of ideas. I'll try to be very technically accurate. But don't assume that everything we talk about is going to apply to you and your situation. Some of you might need an S Corp. Some of you need a C Corp. Some of you just need a sole proprietorship. Wyoming and Nevada and Delaware and South Dakota does not apply to everyone here. We're just going to teach general principles, invite you to a summit where you can meet with professionals, or go home and meet with your own professionals. We're just teaching principles. You okay with that? All right. If I were to summarize what I think are the biggest threats to an estate financially, I call them the 4 financial tornadoes. I break them down as income taxes, estate and probate, capital gains taxes, and lawsuits. So let me give you a little summary of each and then let you decide what direction we want to go over the next little while, okay? So income taxes, ever changing, especially with the CARES Act, with the Trump tax law, and taxes tend to be very complex, or at least we think they are, but there are some very simple basic principles that once you understand the game, it's not all that complicated. And so we can break that down. We can talk about what are passive losses, what are some of the advantages of doing real estate, throw out some simple tax tips that everybody here could use. So we spend the time on taxes. We could talk about probate and estate taxes. And wait, because after you've paid your taxes your whole life, then the government, if you don't plan, the government does have a plan for your estate. And if you don't have a better plan, we could talk about hijacking estates. Hijacking is when you have an intent for here's what I want to do, but someone diverts that plan and puts money in their own pocket. Do you want to guess how many estates get hijacked? The majority? Anybody give me a number? 20%? Over 70% get hijacked by someone. And that could, there's lots of, so we talk about hijacking and how do we avoid that? How do we avoid probate? What is probate? We can talk about estate taxes. A lot of you go, well, the federal tax limit is now at 2.4 million. My state's well under that, but some of you live in states that have a pickup tax. Oh, they didn't tell you about that, meaning if the federal government's not going to charge it, we will. And they didn't tell you about that, so we can talk about estate taxes. We need to spend time on that. Capital gains taxes. Whenever you buy or sell something, automobiles, stocks, bonds, real estate, if you have a gain or a loss, there's a capital gain or a capital loss. Most of us are in a 15 to 20% tax bracket on that. But there are so many ways to avoid capital gains taxes. We can talk about that and how you grow your wealth. And capital gains is kind of like invert the tornado and just make it a money sucking, because the wealthy get wealthy because they understand the games, and the poor stay poor because they don't. So we can talk about that, and we can also talk about lawsuit. What are the threats to your estate? How do we do legal structuring? How does this all work in? When does Wyoming, when does C Corps, S Corp, LLCs within IRAs? We can spend time on that. So this is your hour or so. Where do you want to spend your time? Capital gains? Okay. Anyone else? Estate planning. Do we want to spend any time on taxes? Do we want to spend any time on legal structures?
Just do it out.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to condense 5 textbooks and a 3-day advanced class on asset protection, and we're going to do it in about an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, you ready? Strap in, let's go. We're going to hit as much as we can. Income taxes. There's some basic principles you have to understand about the tax code, and once you understand it, it becomes much easier. Number 1, there are toll roads and there are free roads in the tax system. And the IRS doesn't care which road you take as long as you obey the laws on the road. You can either claim depreciation or not claim depreciation. The IRS doesn't care, but if you do, here are the tax benefits, and you can either 100% of your medical. The IRS has created rules. If you want to deduct 100% of your medical expenses, here's the rules. You just follow it. or not. There's toll roads and there are free roads. Capital gains. You can do a 1031 exchange, kick that road down or sometimes it's easier just to pay the taxes. You get to decide which one, but there's no big neon signs out on the free roads. You have to kind of get a road map and kind of figure that one out on your own. They only put big neon signs on the toll roads because they want you to pay the taxes. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's one. There's another principle that you kind of have to understand, and that is there are two sets of rules in the U.S. for those who have a business and those who don't. Let me summarize really quickly. If you do not have a business, you make $100,000. So you're a W-2 employee. What's the very first thing that you pay? You're going to pay taxes. In this case, you might be in a 27% tax bracket. If you've got about $70,000 worth of expenses, that leaves you a whopping $6,000 to save for retirement. Whoop-de-doo. Cool. About what you can put into an IRA. The other set of rules, though, is very, very different, and it's fundamental that you kind of understand that. If the business makes $100,000, we now get to deduct the $70,000 of expenses first, and then we're paying taxes not on the gross amount, but on the net. So we're not paying on the $100,000, we're paying on the $30,000. Do you like that better? Therefore, you're probably going to be in a lower tax bracket, and that gives you a whole bunch more to save for retirement. Now, by the way, I see some of you taking pictures. You're welcome to take pictures, but watch for my slides are going to kind of grow, and then when you see the little camera at the bottom, there's your photo op time. Cool? All right, there you go. All right, and if you want, I'll go stand by then we'll snuggle up and we'll take the pill. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so in summary to that, if you don't have a business, you're going to earn it, pay the taxes, and spend whatever's left. If you had the business, you could earn it, spend it all, and then pay taxes. Now, I'm not brilliant at this tax game, but I really like the left side better than the right side. But I'm also smart enough to know that I can't call everything in life a business deduction like Aaron does. Okay, but our goal is to move as much from the left side over to the right side as we possibly can. If you're not going to spend it, don't spend it. But if you are, let's find a way to deduct it. Cool? All right. So let's start with one other fundamental, and that is, how does the new Trump tax law work? And let's just kind of summarize this real quick. So this is a 1040 Schedule A. This is where you get your personal deductions. We're not talking business stuff. Now we're talking personal. So the way that it works is we take all of the deductions, the personal deductions that we're allowed to take, and we put it on here. And the bottom line is, if all of these deductions don't come up to $24,800 on a married, if you're single, just cut it in half. We're going to talk married couple filing jointly, $24,800. If all of these things don't come up to the $24,000 bottom line, you're better off taking the standard deduction. Okay? So what happened in the Trump tax law? Medical expenses they used to be 10%, now they're 7.5%. So if your adjusted gross income, let's say it's $100,000, if you don't have $7,500 in taxes, you don't get to claim a penny on that. If you have $7,501, you get to put $1 on that.
So he lowered it.
He lowered it. It used to be 10%, and now there's talk about going back to 10%, but right now it's 7.5%, okay? State taxes that you pay. This is your property taxes and your state income taxes, and sometimes your automobile taxes, whatever. If it's capped right now at $10,000. So for people that have high property taxes in Texas, people that have high income taxes in Massachusetts, in New York, in California, you're capped at, you can only write up to $10,000 on that. That really hurts some people. Now the Biden proposal is to eliminate that cap, but right now the cap is at 10,000. Okay, so some of you are getting hurt at that. First mortgages are still deductible for everyone. Second mortgages may or may not be, depending on what you do with the money. If you put the money into your home, you can deduct it. If you're using it for other stuff, then you can't. There's no change to charitable deductions. However, again, you can donate $10,000 to the Girl Scouts or the Boy Scouts or United Way, but if all of this, again, doesn't come up to the $24,800, I can't deduct any of your charitable deductions this year. Cool? And then almost everything down below, which was this was moving expenses, this was losses, this is educational, this is unreimbursed employee expense. Almost all of those things are gone. So they really wiped out personal tax deductions. They didn't wipe them out for businesses. In fact, if anything, they expanded that. So there's that. So your item, here's one of the slides I prepared for you yesterday. Remember, there's no cap on itemized deductions right now. Biden wants to cap that at 28% of your adjusted gross income. Where'd that go? There we go. He also has that 10% or that $10,000 on, he wants to increase the state deduction, you know, your state property taxes, income tax. He wants to make that unlimited. So there's that. Most commonly missed, here's what I would consider, after 22 years running a hotline and talking to people every day, here's what I would consider to be your most commonly missed deductions. And so take a picture of that if you want, and make sure that you're deducting that from your real estate businesses, however you do that, okay? Everybody got that? You got a photo op time? Anybody want to come take a picture by the screen and we'll take your picture? There we go, okay. Let's talk about real estate losses, because most of our students do not understand the power of real estate losses. Real estate losses does not mean you lost money in real estate. But let's kind of break it down, and let's do that with two properties, or at the same property, we're going to break it down two different ways. Let's say you were to buy a turnkey property from Aaron today. It's all ready to go. There's a renter in there. They've got a 1-year contract. You're going to buy it. What's your tax impact this year? Your all-in cost on this might be $82,500. Okay, so here's your tax impact. The very first thing is we deduct the land. Whether the building is there or not, the land still has some value. That's an investment, but it doesn't affect your taxes. And then we take the building, and because this is residential, we're going to split this up over 27 and a half years. Why 27 and a half? Because that's what the IRS picked out. I don't know why, but that's, so then what we do is we take the 62.5, we divide that by 27 and a half, and you get a $2,200 loss in real estate that year, assuming that everything else breaks even. The rent and the expenses and everything else is a wash. You would get a $2,200 loss in real estate. Now, did you lose money in real estate? No, you invested in a property, but because I'm depreciating the land, I get to now use that loss against any other investment income. Stock market income that's in my name, other real estate gains, I can use that, and up to $3,000 to wipe out W-2 income. So investment income against investment income, and the rest, I up to $3,000. Now, if I've got a bigger loss than that, then I can roll that loss forward to future years. Is everybody clear on that? Anybody that couldn't use a $2,200 loss in real estate? Yeah, okay, everybody's okay. Now this is a turnkey, ready to go property. Let's break it down another way. The same property, the same price, but now this one needs a little repairs. So what, instead of buying it for $82,500, we're gonna buy it for 20 plus the building. So we're gonna buy it for $42,500, and now it needs some repairs and improvements. The repairs I get to deduct this year. The improvements I have to depreciate. Now the difference is I'm building on a garage. That would be an improvement. I'm replacing the carpet. That's a repair. Now what becomes really kind of fuzzy is I'm upgrading the countertops from Formica to granite. Is that a repair or an improvement? Aaron would call it a repair. So the IRS wants you to call it an improvement. I'm going to nicer flooring. Aaron says it's just, okay. So, and let me tell you why that's so critical. That you work with your accountant on the repairs and improvements. Here's where it works out. What I do, your tax impact this year is I'm taking what's in brown, the $22,500 and the $7,000. I'm adding that together and dividing it by 27.5. Your tax loss is now $1,073. Well, I like the $2,200. That was a better loss, right? Again, did you lose money in real estate? No. This is an investment. The $1,000 loss is okay, right? But what happens to the $33,000 in repairs? I get to deduct that right now this year. So now I show a $34,000 loss. Is that better than the other? Yeah. Better. Yeah. Okay. So now I can use that loss against all other investment income, and up to $3,000 wipes out some W-2 income. That's good. If I can't use it all this year, I get to roll that forward to future years. That's good. And if you're a real estate professional, I get to roll it back up to 5 years to wipe out all taxes that I've paid. All W-2 income, investment, earned income, doesn't matter. I could wipe out all taxes that I've paid. Oh, baby, that's cool.
That's why Trump paid $7.
All right. Now, what Biden proposes is that we now cap losses. If you're making over $400,000, now I cap losses, and I can only deduct so much. Whether that's good for the country or not, I'll let you decide. Do you understand now passive losses? And this right now with Trump, that you can add as many zeros or take away as many zeros as you want. The principle still works. You good with that? So you've got people that will come back to Aaron every single year to buy not a turnkey, but a fixer-upper property because of the passive losses. And over time, they never pay taxes on their real estate because they've got so many losses rolling forward. And in a year when you've made a lot of money in investment, you did really well in the stock market, maybe the best way to reduce your taxes is to have real estate losses to offset some of that. Cool? Now, the critical thing is that this has to be in service by the end of the year. I've got the expenses this year, and it has to be in service. So, question.
So what if it's in your IRA? How does this work?
If you're buying something in your IRA, this doesn't work because you're in a tax-free environment. There is no depreciation deduction. This doesn't work in a retirement account.
So if you were to buy a property from your IRA, do it after the rehab, and then if you're going to buy it in your business, then buy that outside the IRA.
Yeah, it's totally separate. IRAs have different rules. This doesn't apply to IRAs. Okay. No, yes.
You're saying by the end of the year, meaning the end of
This fiscal year, December 31st.
Not your business tax year.
Correct. Correct. Depreciation is a personal deduction. If you've got business flow through entities like S corps and C corps that own most LLCs, that will flow through to you. So it's your tax year, December 31st, not your business tax year.
So if I have a rental property and I'm showing on my income, on my personal income tax, can I now start deducting?
If you've already done,
Depreciation, I've never deducted the depreciation, or only in the year that I filed.
oh, you and I need to talk then. Okay, let's move on. Cost segregation, Aaron talked about that. There's a slide that breaks it down real quick, and if you want to take a picture of that. So most accountants, CPAs, will take things and divide them over 27 and a half years if it's residential, or 39 years if it's commercial. However, the IRS allows you to break it down very differently. Parking lots, curbs, trees, shrubs. We can spread that out over 15 years. Again, speed up the depreciation, but cabinets, countertops, floor coverings, things like that, I could speed up to 5 to 7 years, 5 if it's residential, 7 if it's commercial. Speed that up, give you a bigger deduction right now this year, which gives you more money to invest. That's the best summary of cost segregation that I've come up with, okay?
Personal property,
Correct.
not your business.
This is not IRA, but no, this is,
No, but I mean, personal property versus, so this is talking about personal property, this is talking about if I have a real estate business, not my IRA. This is what
correct. Now, this is, so she's at business, this is your business, right? Real estate is your business.
right.
So whether it's an S corp, a C corp, whether it's a sole proprietorship, as long as that's coming to you, IRAs, cost segregation doesn't work because there's no depreciation, right?
Right, but you were saying that this income comes into me as like taxable income because my business is.
I'll show you why we want all real estate to be flow through so depreciation comes to you. We don't want to lock in depreciation into a schedule or into a C corporation. We want C corporations to manage, but we want real estate to be held in disregarded or pass-through entities. So depreciation always comes to you. Cool? All right. Qualified business income. Aaron touched on that really quickly. Rental properties are qualified. You're subject to 20% write-off. Cool, that's good. No caps on that right now under the Trump proposal, but Biden wants to cap this if you're making over $400,000. That's one of his, if you're making more than $400,000, now you're not eligible for QBI. But what most of people are not understanding is that there's some rules. You have to run this as a business. If you're going to have rental properties and claim this 20% write-off, you need to run it as a business. We think that having an LLC is a good idea. Having a separate bank account, not commingling funds, treating this as a business will qualify you for this 20% deduction. But it has to be treated as a business. This can't be a willy-nilly kind of thing and then be eligible for the 20% write-off. Dan?
Somebody that only has a sole prop and we're only buying properties here, but we have separate business. What would you call a weekend like this?
Just run it as a business. Keep a separate account for your real estate. If possible, use an LLC. Now again, this has nothing to do with IRA money, separate. But now maybe have a corporation to manage your investments. Treat it as a business. Whether It could be a sole proprietorship, but you really have to keep good records.
But to take off the education, it has to be in a C.
Yeah, but that whole different thing. We'll get to education. Okay, so hold off on that. But we're QBI.
What does this qualify as for that contract? For somebody for something like this where we don't have.
Okay, so you came here, you traveled. Did you invoice your corporation for the business travel? Or you just kind of, I don't know, whatever, I'll take it out someday. Treat it as a business. Just keep good records. Treat it as there's our recommendations, okay? Qualified business income, and again, Biden's proposal is to max that out. Equipment purchase is almost anything that you can put into your rental properties. Now I can deduct this year, claiming Section 179 or bonus depreciation. So if you need a refrigerator, deduct it this year. If I need a furnace or air conditioning unit, or most anything that can go into your business, if you're going to do a Airbnb, write off the furnishings and get it this year, get the deduction, rather than most people. You could spread it out over years, but you know, toll roads and free roads, you can do whatever you want, but most people would want the bigger deduction this year. Medical expenses. How many of you in here are writing off 100% of your family's medical expenses because the IRS says you can? Okay, so 2 of you. Okay, what we need to be able to do that, now any business, sole proprietorships, S Corps, C Corps, partnerships, can write off insurance premiums. Any business. Are you doing that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're a W-2 employee, but you're still paying some of your premiums, because you're a sole proprietorship, S Corp, C Corp, you can do that. The IRS says you can. But to write off 100% of medical, now all of a sudden we need a C corporation somewhere in your mix with a medical reimbursement plan that follows the guidelines of IRS Section 105. You notice I'm putting the publication or the section by every thing that we're going to talk about, okay? So you can look it up if you want. So our family, a year ago, 2018, we had $27,000 of medical expenses. We added up everything, including mileage to and from the doctor, the dentist, the chiropractor, herbs and supplements, if they were prescribed, medical equipment, exercise equipment, anything that was prescribed. We invoiced it, put all the invoices attached, sent it over to the corporation for $27,000. I wrote a check to myself out of the corporation. It's an expense to the corporation. It's tax-free to me. I put the money in my pocket without paying taxes because it's a reimbursement. The IRS allows you to do that, but you can't just have a C corporation. You have to have the proper language in your resolutions, in your bylaws, in your meeting minutes, somewhere in that, in your corporate documents, it needs to, okay? And then, again, toll roads and free roads. Take advantage of that if that makes sense. Some of you, it doesn't make sense to have a C corporation, so then we go to an HSA plan. And what they don't tell you is you can max out this, you can put that in, but you could self-direct it if you wanted to. They didn't tell you that, did they? We could turn the account over to Dennis. That could partner with real estate investments and maybe grow it faster than the 1% that they're giving you, or whatever percentage. They want to manage your money, even not just your retirement accounts, but your HSA plans as well. But you can self-direct them. Yes?
Are HSA plans based on the age?
The contribution is based on age. What you have to do to qualify it is you have to have a high income or a high deductible health insurance plan. If you've got a high deductible, then you're eligible for the HSA plan, and there's the contributions you could contribute to every year.
So if you're on Medicare, then you can't.
If you're on Medicare, can you deduct it?
No.
I don't know.
You can't be on
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Carrie says no.
Three requirements, because that was one of them.
Okay, good. All right. Retirement plans. Some of you are not putting enough money into retirement plans because you don't know the rules. There's two types of qualified plans. One is a defined contribution plan, of which you're all aware of. An IRA is a defined contribution. It defines the contribution that you're allowed to take. A SEP plan, a simple plan, 401ks define the contribution that you're allowed to have. Meaning I can put in my SEP plan, I can put in up to 25% of my salary up to $57,000. Some of you have signed up with a QRP or a qualified pension plan from your corporation. Anderson or somebody set that up for you. Yes, I can put $57,000 in, but it is still subject to 25% of your salary. It's 25% of your salary you're taking out of that corporation up to $57,000. If the corporation's not making money, you can't put $57,000 in because it's limited to 25% of your salary. Is that clear on that? Okay. Yes, Carrie.
Does it have to be W-2 salary, or if it's a partnership, if taxable partnership, can you then do it there?
We could do it as an S Corp. I don't know about a partnership, but it's out of the business that created that. I'm not sure. S Corps and C Corps, yes. I'm not sure about partnerships. That's a good question. Okay. All right. Let's move on. But then there's what's also called a defined benefit plan. And what they're doing, they're looking at your age and they're saying, okay, you're 57, here's what's in your retirement accounts. You really don't have enough, you haven't saved enough, so let's project up to the time you're 65. Here's what you will need to keep up the lifestyle of which you're accustomed. Let's work backwards and allow you to put up to $225,000 per year, tax-free. Well, when I say that, it's an expense to the corporation. It's tax-free to you until you take it out. It's like a traditional. And this is an insurance product, so you don't get to self-direct a defined benefit plan. But I helped somebody here last year put in $300,000 into a defined benefit plan. It had to be subject to 25% of her salary. So she really made $1.2 million as a salaried employee, but she was able to put $300,000 into a defined benefit plan, expense from her company, tax-free to her until she takes it out. Cool?
And then she pays the taxes when she takes it out.
On that one. Yep. Okay. Children, how do we exploit, how do we take advantage of the children's lower tax okay, so here's what we do, and Aaron let me break it down though. What could we pay a child for? Modeling, yep, accounting, bookkeeping, collections. As soon as my kids learned the ABCs, I created little file folders, A, B, C, D. I'd mix them up and then teach them how to start filing. And the January receipts go in the January file. And we would start teaching, the most basic things: web development, office cleaning, office morale. I guarantee your little 3-year-old can walk into your office and brighten up people's day better than you can. That just because social media consultants, equipment leases, imaging licensing, royalties. Now you notice there's a different color. One would be earned income and one would be passive income. Your $12,400 cap is earned income. Your I don't know the exact. It's about $2,000 in passive income before they have to start paying taxes. So if they can earn it, that's good. That's better. Then you can send more money down to the kids. Now, what could you use the money for? Aaron mentioned the very first thing he would do is set up a Roth IRA for them. But then birthday presents and Christmas presents and school clothes. The kids tend to pick up their school clothes better when it came out of their account. And birthday presents. Who controls the ATM card for a 10-year-old? Not parents. Come on, be specific. Mom controls. I don't know why, but mom controls that ATM card. And so when it comes to pizza parties for the kid's birthday, are you going to use your after-tax dollars or hers? I don't know, whatever. Soccer lessons, piano lessons. They tend to practice more when it came out of their account. And we're teaching our kids financial responsibility. We're shifting income to a non-existent tax bracket. And that Roth does become triple tax-free because there was no taxes going in, although the IRS looks at it as though there were taxes. There were no taxes due. The growth inside of that self-directed Roth is tax-free, and it's money, and when she takes it out, he takes it out, there's no taxes on it. It's a great way to reduce your business income, send money to non-existent tax brackets. Does that work for grandkids?
Yes.
Does it work for your kids?
Yes.
Does it work if you want to pay my kids?
No.
Yes. Yeah, you can pay my kids if you want. They would have to provide a service to your business.
So you're saying it's a limit of $12,400 a year?
Per child. Per year, per child. Cool? All right.
Or any employee.
Or, well, almost any person before they have to pay taxes. Yes.
Any person you have is not making more than 12.4 from all of their income combined.
Remember the limit? Remember the tax, the 1040 Schedule A? 12,400. If you don't have income, your standard deduction is going to be that. So if my income is 12,400 and I take the standard deduction of 12,400, I don't owe taxes. Okay? Question.
Yeah, so we don't have kids, so could I borrow my cousin's little 4-year-old?
Absolutely. Borrow whatever kids you want to do it. Look, if you're not going to pay your nieces and nephews, don't pay them. But if you are, let's find a legitimate business way to pay them. Cool? All right.
Do they have to do something for the business?
Yeah, they have to do something.
The 4-year-old?
Take a picture of them, put them on your website, pay them a royalty. Modeling could be earned income. A royalty would not be. One's passive, one active. But take lots of photos and then select, I don't know, whatever you have to do. Okay? Do a photo shoot. Okay. So now how many people right now are thinking I've got a really stupid accountant? And it's not that you have stupid accountants, it's because you're giving them the wrong information. How you see the expense will determine whether it's tax deductible or not. Okay, ladies, nice purse. Could we show that to everybody? That is a big purse. Yeah, okay. Would a small laptop fit in that? Oh, there we go. Oh, bigger purse. Oh, we fit a whole tower in that one. That's good. Okay. My wife doesn't own any purses.
You know, laptop bags.
She's got laptop bags. They're all laptop bags.
Computer bags are tax deductible. She owns a lot of computer bags. But computer bags are tax deductible, purses are not. Does that make sense? Yeah, so is this a business expense or is it a vacation? You get to decide. But if you're gonna go down the business road, qualify for it. But sometimes you're giving them the wrong information. Is this a large monitor for my computer or a big screen TV to watch the Super Bowl? You get to decide how you give the accountant the information. Give me just a second. And is this a guard dog for your business or is this a puppy? You get to decide. Is his dog food tax deductible? Is it not? Meals and entertainment, mileage, those things. How you see the expense will determine which line the accountant puts it on. Question.
So like when you're talking about vacations being a business expense, I mean, do you have to prove up that you actually did some type of work while you were there? Like,
You need to have good records.
like you should have an itinerary that says like, hey, I got up at 9 and it's the fall when I went to bed down by the pool. Or,
No, but if I was going to Hawaii and my business is real estate, I better have some documented emails back and forth setting appointments before I go and get on the plane.
they're in Hawaii.
If I'm looking for investment property in Hawaii, and
But I'm saying like working on your vacation doesn't qualify as the vacation meeting. You have to actually physically be working.
the rule is that the intent of the business trip is business. Now, I've got 5 kids. I live in Utah. We have to say just 5, but I've got 5 kids, okay? And we did, a few years ago, we did a trip to Lake Powell. Now, that's the beginning of the Grand Canyon. Spectacular views. We rented a houseboat, a ski boat, and a jet ski or two, and all the gas. Now, when we went down there, we had business meetings every day. Because my kids hated me for 2 hours a day, I'll tell you. But we went over profit losses. We went over our corporation. We talked about real estate because I'm a believer that the kids aren't going to learn this in college. Nobody's going to teach it if Dad doesn't.
So you got minutes for these meetings.
Oh, you betcha. We had agendas. We had meetings. I've got the handouts that we did. I've got the PowerPoints that we went over. This was a legitimate business meeting. And then we had a whole bunch of fun.
Right. So that's something like where you would get audited or something. You could say, hey,
I've got a paper trail on so if I had got audited, I could have backed that up. But the burden now becomes on you to say, yes, this was a legitimate business meeting. It wasn't just a meeting to Hawaii and we stopped by a realtor and, because they had their sign out. And the IRS, just play by the rules and be honest and have integrity. Entertainment is gone. We don't deduct that. Meals.
What was the guard dog? Was that like a dog?
If you have a business if your internet business, you just sit and play with stocks all day, I'm not sure that you need a guard dog. But there are some businesses where a guard dog would be reasonable. Okay, picture this. There's an acronym for all business expenses. Remember the acronym CORN. The business expense has to be customary for your business. It needs to be ordinary for your business. It needs to be reasonable for your business and necessary for your business. CORN. Customary, ordinary, reasonable, necessary. And if you fall under those guidelines, that's as close as I can get. Okay?
I'm just trying to figure out what the dog was for.
Now, how many of you, when you come here to Indianapolis, are going to keep meal receipts and deduct 50%? I won't. Now, Aaron paid for most of my food, but what in my C corporation, there's a resolution that allows me to pay per diem. When the IRS says when I come here, I don't remember if it's $51 or $57. I believe it's $51. $51 a day. So I'm here really 5 days. Thursday, I flew in. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I'll fly back Monday and get back. So 5 days I'm in. So I can take 51 times 5, $255 out of the corporation, put it in my pocket, and I don't keep meal receipts. And Aaron paid for most of my food. Crap. But it's an expense to the corporation. It's tax-free, and I guarantee I'm not going to eat up $255, even though it looks like I do. But I'm not going to use $255. But do you see what we're doing? Is we're claiming per diem. Now the IRS adjusts that for every city that you go to, and so check the IRS website, and they've got some great little apps on figuring out what a per diem is, and sometimes it changes from month to month, and so look at that. But on an average year, when I travel, I'm usually putting about $10,000 to $20,000 expense to the corporation into my pocket tax-free. Cool? Use per diem when you can. Catering. Oh, the food that Aaron bought, is this a 50% deduction for him, or is it 100% for him? It's 100%. How do we use that catering rule for your business? If you order pizza for your family and go down and pick it up, it's 50%. If you have it delivered, it's 100%. I don't make up these stupid rules, but it's catered. If you're sitting tonight in the hotel room and you go down, you decide you want a hamburger down at the bar, and you pay $27 for the hotel hamburger, is it 50%? Yes. If you have it delivered to your room, is it 100%? Baby, it's catered now. Know the rules.
If you include like the food apps, like Grubhub, Uber Eats, all that stuff too.
Grubhub is catered. Cool?
Yeah.
Okay, cell phone. A lot of your accountants, right in the tax code, it says if you're going to deduct your cell phone, you have to keep records. However, how the court interprets the code is important. Revenue ruling in 2011, 9 years ago, said if your business requires a cell phone, do you know any business that doesn't require a cell phone? Then deduct it out of the business without the requirement for record keeping. If your business requires a cell phone, write it off out of the cell phone, or write it out of the business. I interpret the same thing for internet. Mileage log, keep your mileage logs. You'd be amazed at how fast the mileage is going to grow up.
Why are you looking at
I was scanning the audience and you looked back. Everybody else was writing something down. There was a little guilt there. Okay.
Do you suggest an app for that?
There's some great apps on mileage. And just get in the car and go business personal, and it keeps track of your GPS and it keeps track of your mileage for you. Free apps, no, I'm not going to recommend one over another. Clothing. Is clothing tax deductible?
You know, if it gets damaged while you're there, if you get stained.
Okay, so it depends. How can we make it tax deductible? This is the question I want you to ask your accountants, is not is it, but how can I make it? You could put a logo on it. You could do your dry cleaning when you're in travel status. You could spill stuff all over yourself and go, oh, replacement cost, baby. Killed in the line of duty while I was teaching a workshop. I have lost more business shirts and ties at business meetings than I can possibly tell you. So, you know what? Okay, look at research and development. Where's my clicky thing? There it goes. A lot of you spend a lot of money on education. Do not try to write it off as an education expense. Aaron Adams, Legacy, whoever you went to, is not an accredited university. This isn't working toward a degree program. The rules are so restrictive for education, it will not pass an audit. However, research and development has almost no rules. I was researching ways to make money for my business. Research and development, not education. Clear on that? I've got a free webinar for you. We taught it last Tuesday. Our organization, once you filled out that little card and you're part of our organization, pay attention to the free webinars. On Tuesday, we taught Scott Estel, former senior trial attorney from the IRS, was teaching here's the two proposals. All the slides I put together, I stole from him. Okay, so they're coming from him. And if you would like a copy of that, here's the two proposals. Anybody, you okay with that? Fill out that card, get it to me, this card, and we'll send you that webinar. It was about an hour and 10 minutes. A good portion of that was just Q&A at the end. Thank you for the napkin, by the way. And if I don't slip on the floor, I'll be good. Okay. So fill out that card, get it to me. Probate and estate taxes. How are we doing on time? We gotta go fast, right? Probate and estate taxes. Let me introduce you to my wife's family's estate, okay? This is Mohonk Mountain Resort up in the Catskill Mountains. This is in New York. It's about 100 miles up the Hudson River, across the river from Poughkeepsie. You know the area, right? New Paltz. It's a nice little property. You've got 800 acres of pristine wilderness that was set aside as a wilderness preserve back in the 1800s. Nice little grounds. It's a nice little property. You've got 80 miles of walking trails all over this land. Back behind that knoll, you see the Hudson River. And behind that knoll, too, is the Vanderbilt Mansion, the Roosevelt Mansion over in Hyde Park. It's big money. You kind of get the idea of that. So I clearly married up. It was voted the #1 spa in the world in 2000 and 2002. When we stay there, we get the family discount of only $762 a night if we're in the off season. It's a nice property. Can I just tell you? And they don't give me golf shirts for free when I stay there. They were also the founding fathers of Redlands, California. They owned all the upper land that looks over the San Bernardino Valley. Now it's known as Smiley Heights. But the school, Smiley School, was named after him. The Smiley Library was named after him. It was the largest botanical garden west of the Mississippi. You had 2 presidents of the United States that visited there. It was a nice property. Today it would be valued in the billions of dollars. What happened, though, is estate planning was never done on the California side. It was only done on the New York side. There were 5 heirs to the California estate. They fought over it for 19 years. At the end of 19 years, each one of the heirs received a check for a little over $5,000. And the estate is gone. And my wife remembers her great-grandmother, but the family, it ripped them apart. And my wife grew up in abject poverty. Her parents were divorced. There's some really nice antiques in the family, but other than that, that's about all. And there's some pictures, but there's... Can I tell you that I kind of hate probate and estate taxes? So... who did I talk to yesterday from Florida? We were talking, I don't know. This is my dad's little store, a little country store out in the mountains of Utah. And I don't know if you can see that little pile of dirt behind the store. Utah, we call that mountains. Florida, I don't know what you call it, but this is where I grew up. This was my home. And Dad was a very simple man. He served the public for 40 years before he retired and sold the store. And it was a little Phillips gas station. And when somebody on the freeway got stuck, we'd go out and help them. And he never made a lot of money. We started when we opened that store, we were selling gas for $29.9. Wonder Bread was 15 cents a loaf. You get the idea. Okay. But when he died, it wasn't a mess. He had a trust for 15 years. All of us kids had a copy of the trust. There's no drama. We do get together for Christmas and birthdays. Today's my daughter's birthday. Tomorrow, my uncle will turn 100 years old. Woo! So we'll get together but not to fight over stuff, because there is clear succession. What a lot of people don't understand the value of that is, yes, we want you to have a corporation if it'll save you money on taxes. Yes, we want you to have LLCs if that'll protect assets, limited partnerships, whatever. But everything that you own has to be tied somehow down to the trust. We take your ownership of the corporation and retitle the stock certificates in the name of the trust, or your interest will go through probate. So last year, about this time, we had a little gal that came in here. Her husband had passed away from a rodeo accident in Texas. I've told this story a few times. They owned a $4 million water drilling company in Texas. Oh, wait a minute. It was a single member LLC in his name. They don't own it. He owned it. He's dead. Who owns the $4 million water drilling company? What they didn't do is go back to the operating agreement of that LLC and tie that upon Philip's death. He wants all his rights and interests to go to somebody. The blank line. They left it blank. Now it's going to go through Texas probate, and that $4 million company may not be worth $4 million after a year of probate. We always take your interest in LLCs and we tie that down to the trust. So in my diagrams, I always put the trust at the bottom because I want you to get the idea that everything is going to flow into that big bushel basket or something. Everything's going to go down into the trust eventually. Now, your IRA is a trust, so that can work independent. Your 401k is a trust. There's beneficiaries, so they can work independent. But everything else goes into the trust so that you've got clear succession for all of your assets and your business interests. Does that make really clear sense? Yes. Now, I don't know if you just noticed, I just saved you 10% off your entire estate by showing you how to fund your trust. The trust can only control that which it owns, and if you don't put it into the trust, it'll go through probate. Cool? All right. All right. The living trust. When we talk about a living trust, and sometimes you wonder why is it going to cost $3,000, $2,000, $4,000 to set up the trust? Because we talk about the trust in very broad terms, but it really includes medical powers of attorney, financial powers of attorney. It includes your living will, guardianship provision for your minor children. There's a lot of things that the trust includes that, and some of you have delayed this because there's tough questions that you have to ask. Get over it. Find out who's going to raise the kids if mom and dad aren't going to die. And you know what? You can alter it. You can amend it. You can change it. You can revoke it. This is a very flexible thing. You can move assets in and out of the trust 27 times a day if you want to, but it's amendable, changeable. It's a fluid, flexible tool, but an important tool. All right? And then your estate taxes. Remember I told you that there's no estate taxes federal up to over $11 million. That's indexed every year. And the Biden proposal is to allow that to go back to, in 2026, go back to 40% for estates over 5.6 million. In fact, both of their plans right now. What most of you don't understand is if you live in one of those states, take a picture of that, because this is where your estate taxes are going to kick in. For instance, if you live in Washington, $1 million, your estate is over $1 million, you're not going to pay federal estate taxes, but you are going to pay state taxes. The blue ones means an inheritance tax, which means they don't pay, the estate is not taxed. Whoever receives the money from the estate is taxed. Ooh, that's an inheritance tax different than an estate tax. So be aware of that. Just plan for it. Yep.
So the person that dies lives in that state, or the person that gets it is in that state?
If I live in Pennsylvania and I receive an inheritance, there is an inheritance tax. Okay? Okay. And then I mentioned over the next 20 years, over $100 trillion is going to be passed on by baby boomers. And we teach a class, it's about an hour and a half class on how estates are hijacked. The last time I taught it was on the Alaska cruise, but we teach that and we talk about, I don't know if you noticed, he received a lottery winner and immediately thereafter found the love of his life. Isn't that amazing? And I found a picture of Aaron Adams on the internet in 40 years from now with an inheritance hijacker. But then we show who hijacks estates. And you'll be amazed that there are people close to you, not far away. They're people, they're family members, they're healthcare givers, they're people, and we can teach you how to avoid the hijackers. I don't have time to do that, but a really good estate plan will anticipate those things, okay? Suggested reading. This is a great book, has nothing to do with our organization. Really smart attorney created that. If you're interested in how to steal an estate or how to protect your estate from being stolen, that's a really good book. Okay? All right, capital gains taxes. Let's do something. Let's take a dollar bill. Yep. 5? 25. Okay. Let's take a dollar bill. What time? Okay. So before the top of the hour. Okay, got it. Take a dollar bill and we double it. How many times do we have to double this dollar bill before it becomes $1 million? So 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 8. How many times do we have to double it before it becomes $1 million?
30 days.
30 days is one answer. Anyone else?
Oh my.
We just double it. This isn't funny math. We double it 20 times, you get $1 million. Is it possible in a lifetime of buying and selling that you can double your money 20 times? Yeah, stock market, real estate, you get in and do deals. Okay, that's basic. But that's also without any estate or without any capital gains taxes. You said you wanted to talk capital gains taxes. Here we go. So let's play a game. We take the dollar and we pay 15%. Now that's kind of minimum that you're going to pay in estate taxes or capital gains taxes. But a lot of you, if you're high income, it's going to be 20%. So this is, but we'll keep it real simple. We'll pay 15 cents to the government right here, and leaving you $1.85. Now, does anybody really ticked off at this point? Because we have a military. Okay, we have one cheapskate in the back. Thank you. Okay. But we have a road system that works, and we've got an education system, and and the President of the United States has to make a salary, whether he wants it or not. We have to pay for Air Force One as it travels around doing,
What it does?
Presidential election stuff. Is anybody really okay? You're ticked off about that, but other than that, are you ticked off about the 15 cents? Most of us go, it's 15 cents. I can live with that. So let's play the math. And we just we double it and we take out 15 cents every time we do it. Here's what happens. Again, we're not funny math. We're just taking out 15%. After 20 trades, you buy and sell and buy and sell and buy and sell. You negotiate the deal. Stock market, real estate, you're getting in, you're playing the game. But after 20 trades, you either have $220,000 or you have $1 million. Now are you ticked off about paying capital gains taxes? And that's why I told you this is the upside down sucky tornado that just sucks the lifeblood out of your estate. The long-term effect is you didn't have enough money working for you because you only paid 15 cents to the government. Now, if you're mad now, just wait a minute. Because most of you live in a state with an additional capital gains tax. So if you lived, for instance, in Michigan, it's only 2.7% capital gains tax. But instead of having $1 million, you'd have 164. If you live in Indiana, 160. If you lived in Virginia, it's 150. It's the same amount of work. Are you getting this? You buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, but Connecticut, 140, this is not going a really good direction. Ohio, 136, Maryland, 124, New York, 106, California, sucks.
Yeah, wow.
And it's not the highest one. Montana is the highest one.
But it's beautiful.
There are toll roads, but it's beautiful. That's right. Capital gains taxes, there are toll roads and free roads. And what we do at the summit is we'll talk about some of the easy ways that some of you can use to avoid capital gains taxes. Again, there's toll roads, there's free roads. You get to decide. The Trump tax law will phase out, the Biden tax proposal will, any taxable income over $1 million, everything goes to 20%. So just know that, Aaron, because your capital gains rates are going up here. Lawsuit protection. Okay, now we have 20 minutes to talk about legal structures. I'm not going to talk about sources of lawsuits. I don't believe in scare tactics. You know what the sources of lawsuits are. Divorce, things that can go wrong with anything in life. So we're just going to skip over that. I'll say that if you're owning residential real estate, 56% of your lawsuits will come from not keeping your owners safe. So I'll just kind of leave it at that, okay? And let's talk defense. Because all of you, up till now, most of you, you've spent your whole life learning offense, how to score, how to win points, how to earn, more money, and we focus a lot on that. Our company, when we're teaching tax strategies, when we're teaching legal structures, we're really focusing on the defense side. That's what we're trying to do, is teach you. Yes, you can earn it, but if it doesn't matter if you lose it all in taxes or if you lose it in lawsuits. You have to learn some defensive strategies. Again, the theme of our class is a lifetime to accumulate, 3 days to protect. So let me show you one of the problems that you guys face. Is getting good advice. Is that fair? Because you go to your well-meaning accountant or your well-meaning estate planning attorney who doesn't understand asset protection. I'll tell you that there are 50 times more personal injury at lawsuit or attorneys in the nation than there are asset protection attorneys in the nation. There's no money in asset protection. There's really good money in personal injury. Okay, maybe not. Okay, I don't know. But according to the American Bar Association, 0.6% of the nation's attorneys specialize in asset protection. And some of them are doing some things that are complete overkill for you. Most everybody in here doesn't need offshore trusts. Most of you don't need Delaware and Alaska and a trust and a South Dakota trust. You just need simple strategies that work for you in what you're doing. This is sort of what we teach, and that's. But let me tell you how complicated this can get. The most common question I got in that room over the last couple days is, okay, I'm a real estate investor. How do I structure? And my answer is going to be, it depends. But I don't want to be flippant. I want to tell you what it depends upon. Here's what it depends upon. Do you want to flip or hold the property? Very, very different. Am I going to hold the title or the note? One has risk, one does not. You didn't put the lien against the house. You bought a tax lien because they didn't pay their taxes. You're getting your 18%, but there's no risk in that. But if you own the deed, now that all the liability shifts to you. Are you using qualified funds or not? Is that going to change your structure? Yeah. Are you a U.S. citizen? Are you using leverage? Are you using... all of these things kind of play in to how we would structure. Let's just break down the very first one. because it tends to be the easiest and it's easiest to explain. If you're going to if you're going to hold properties, here are your concerns. You're worried about tenant safety. You're worried about property managers. You're worried about maintenance, protecting equity, keeping a simple structure. I don't want so complex that it baffles my mind. I'm worried about due on sale clauses. There's a mortgage. If there's a mortgage, if you transfer this property, they get to call the loan due statement. It's called a due on sale. How do we avoid that? I'm worried about depreciation. What I don't want to do is create a structure where I've got a loss over in this one and gains over in these three, and I want to offset that. I don't want a legal structure that will deny me passive losses. And if we use the wrong legal structure, you can't write off losses against gains. Oh, that sucks. But your accountant didn't know that rule, and so you get slammed in an audit. Or your estate planning attorney didn't do real estate. Those are the concerns we have if you're holding property. But if you're flipping property, you have got very, very, very different concerns. Now I'm worried about construction liability. I'm worried about subcontractors not getting paid, buy-sell agreements, capital gains tax. I'm worried about being labeled as a dealer and losing all of my profits in dealer status because I lost depreciation deductions for 3 years on all my other properties. Oh, that sucks. I'm worried about the right legal structure. If the concerns are different, wouldn't you expect the strategies to be different? And they are. This is one of the reasons we like Anderson Law Group for this type of structuring, is because they get this. And they understand the complexities. And if you're going to your accountant for legal advice, got it? Okay. 2 definitions you need to understand before we get into structures. One is the difference between corporate veil protection and between charging order. And I've explained this I can't tell you how many attorneys that don't get this. It's important as an investor that you understand these 2 terms and get them really well. Okay, you ready? Strap in. Don't fall asleep during this part. Corporate veil is what it does is if a lawsuit commences in the business, we want a proverbial brick wall there to protect you from the business. It's called corporate veil protection. What we want to do is we want to contain all the risk inside of the business so they don't come after the owners, the officers, or directors. We want to contain that. Now, there's 2 different types of legal entities that give you corporate veil protection. Can you tell me what those are? A corporation, C or S, won't matter, and an LLC. LLCs, if you run it right, meaning I don't commingle funds. If there's a tax return, you pay the tax return. If there's a filing fee, you pay the filing fee. Corporations require minutes, meetings, resolutions, stock certificates, and a stock ledger. If you're not going to play the game, don't get into the game. But if you expect a corporate veil to exist, you have to play by the rules of that. Now, if you do that, then there's good corporate veil protection. So the 2 entities that have that corporate veil would be corporations and LLCs. Now, IRAs also have corporate veil protection in 49 states, California being the state that allows the trustee to be sued. But most of you can contain risk inside of that bubble by just how you run it, okay? Now there's a charging order protection. Now that's very different because the lawsuit came from a very different direction. What happens in charging, you personally get sued. I don't know, something happens in your life where you're the one getting sued, and now what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect the assets from you. Your interests in the businesses, and one of the inherent weaknesses of a corporation is I've got all the assets in my corporation, but who owns the stock of the corporation? You do. Therefore, I get a judgment against you. I come in and take the stock of the corporation, and yes, I now own all the assets. Corporations don't offer charging order protection. Our goal here is to protect the business assets, whatever assets we have over here, personal, your home, your stock portfolios, your retirement accounts, your interest in LLCs, corporate. We want to protect that from anything that happens. Now, do you see that the direction of the lawsuit came from a different way? Now what we want is really strong charging order protection. Therefore, we use multi-member LLCs, and we use not single member, not single owner when it's just you. Multi-member LLCs, and we use family limited partnerships. Now, qualified retirement plans have a different, they have state law that protects it. It's kind of like charging order. If I sue you, I can't take those things away from you. But let me talk about qualified retirement plans. If you have a 401k, a pension, a 403b, anything that was employer funded, that will be covered by ERISA, and that's good federal protection. I can't take that away from you. IRAs are not employer sponsored. They were sponsored by you. Therefore, a TSP plan for military people is not employer funded. It was funded by you personally. Therefore, it's not federally protected. It's state protected. And some of your state protections are really weak. Wisconsin, no, Minnesota, anything over $68,000 I can take away from you. There are 4 states like Montana where if you have a Roth, it's not protected. A traditional is up to $1 million, but not a Roth. Every state has different rules. California, if your estate's over about $3 million, I'll walk past and take all your IRA money away from you. States are vary in how they protect from outside. Do you see that? Now, they still have charging order protection if something happens inside. I'm talking about you personally getting sued, now come taking your IRA assets away. And those assets, we can help you identify how strong that is in your state, but state laws vary on IRAs.
2 questions. TSP, I'm a federal employee, so the government pays half and I pay half. Is it the same as military protection?
If the employer sponsors the plan,
Then I'm protected.
then there's generally good ERISA protection.
Okay, second question. You said, like in Montana, the Roth is not protected. So by these state things, if you're living in that state, but you have things in other states, or your retirement plan within the
Your retirement plan will be based on where you live at the time. This is an individual retirement account. It will be based on where you live, where your residence is. Okay, does everybody understand the difference in corporate veil and charging order? Okay, now I'm going to go a little bit fast. The strength of your charging order will, the strength of your LLC will be determined by the number of members. Aaron talked about this. If it's just you, the courts in 45 states are going to say it's an alter ego of you. You own an investment property in, Florida. It's in a single member LLC. Your accountant set that up because you don't have to pay to do a tax return. Okay, that's really smart tax advice, but it's really dumb because Florida allows me to come in and take that away from you. They offer zero charging order protection for single member LLCs. Texas has great laws for multi-member LLCs. It does not have any statutes for single member LLCs. But there are 4 states that do, 5 states that do, and I don't have time to give you all the blow by blow, but Wyoming offers charging order protection for single member LLCs. So does Nevada, South Dakota, Delaware, and Alaska. So so sometimes we'll put a hub entity, a holding company in one of those states, Wyoming being the cheapest with good laws. We'll put a holding company and then I'll show you how that all fits around. Does that help you understand? Better laws and they protect single member LLCs.
So if you have a single member LLC in Texas, but you have a line of building.
Okay, remember I said single member LLCs suck in 45 states if you are the member. But what if you're not the owner? You're not the member. Wyoming is the member. Now I've got to go after you in Wyoming courts with a Wyoming attorney. So the damage was done in Tennessee. I've got to have a Tennessee attorney. I've got to have a Wyoming attorney. The two have to talk to each other. I've tripled their cost of fighting against you in a Wyoming court, and I'm not going to prevail. Let's be clear. But if you were the member of that Tennessee, I walk right past it and take it away from you. Okay, I'll show you that in a diagram here in a minute. We also look at state laws. Some states, limited partnerships are better protected, and other states, limited or LLCs are. And I don't have time to talk about the clauses that we put in there that make it strong. And then we begin, one of the things we're going to talk about at the summit is how to maintain your entities. What are the requirements? We've also taught some wonderful webinars on that. Tax returns that are required and the documents that are signed. And don't sign it, your name Don Pendleton. Well, first of all, your name's not that. But I never signed for my corporation Don Pendleton. It's always Don Pendleton, President. Does that make sense? So I just signed a lease on Thursday. They wanted, we were renting out a new apartment or a new office building. They wanted me to sign a personal loan, personal guarantee. You remember Aaron talked about the difference between recourse and non-recourse loans? They wanted me to sign a personal guarantee. I'm not going to sign a personal guarantee for this lease. It's a 4-year lease on this nice little office. I'm not going to sign that. I agreed to do a non-recourse loan, but give them a year of rent in advance, and they went, yeah, we'll take that. I don't sign recourse loans against my business. Aaron, you got that. Okay. How you do things will determine the strength of your LLC. Okay, so now let's show you some structures. A basic structure, a corporation, if it makes sense to save you money on taxes or shield you from liability. Then we take the stock of your corporation and we tie that down to the trust. So we don't label the stock certificates in the name of your trust. Wait, don't take a picture yet. There's no camera. Okay, so we take the stock of your corporation and we title that in the name of the trust. And my stock certificates for my corporation will say, Don and Tam Pendleton, trustees of the Pendleton Trust. It'll say that right on the stock certificate. If you haven't done that, go to Microsoft Word. It's on your computer. There's a template called a stock certificate. Retitle those in the name of the trust. You don't need an attorney. This isn't complicated. Just retitle the stock certificates of your corporation in the name of your trust so that they avoid probate. In a lot of cases, you will want either an LLC or a family limited partnership to protect safe assets. Safe meaning it's not going to do damage to anyone. Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, gold, silver, those types of things. And then we tie your interest down to the trust. When you die, you had a 50% interest. It avoids probate by tying it to the trust. That's a very simple thing. By having inside of the partnership agreement a little paragraph that says, upon Don's death, Don has a 41% interest in this LLC or this limited partnership. Upon his death, he wants all his rights and interests to go to, and then a blank line, and I have to fill in the blank line. It's not complicated, but it has to be done. That's how we tie that together. Then as we have real estate, then we separate real estate, safe assets from unsafe assets. Most commonly we use LLCs to do that. Anderson likes to put every single property in its own LLC. Aaron says his tolerance for risk is about $250,000 in any one legal bubble, and then he'll set up another legal bubble. But his tolerance for risk might be very different than your tolerance for risk. This is not a recommendation. This is a guideline. Does that make sense? And I find across the board, people that have millions over about $2 million tend to separate assets by about $300,000 in any one legal bubble. That's a general rule that I've found across the board, regardless of whether it's a $40 million estate or a $5 million estate. That tends to be the rule of thumb. The problem with this is we've created 5 tax returns for you. You've got an individual 1040. Each one of those blue ovals will require a partnership tax return, and you've got one for the corporation. So you got 5 tax returns, do you not? What if we could simplify that by using single member LLCs nested inside of a holding company? Single member LLCs don't require tax returns. We put LLC number 1 in Indiana because it's got an Indiana property attached to it. We want standing in Indiana courts. We want to be able to enforce contracts, defend yourself in court, evict tenants if you don't have Aaron to do it. Somebody, you have to have standing. If there's appropriate taxes, you pay them in Indiana. But a single member LLC where the property is located. I go to the 2 properties I have in Alabama. I got very little equity. I'm going to stick those together in one Alabama LLC owned by the Wyoming. Now, single member LLCs don't have tax returns. So how many tax returns do I have up here?
1.
Okay, so you got your 1040 individual. I've got 1 for the corporation, if it saves me money on taxes, and then 1 for the multi-member LLC. Now, there are a few of you that live in a community property state. A community property state would be Washington, Idaho, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Texas, Louisiana, and Wisconsin. If you live in one of those states, the IRS is going to say, oh, both of you together are one person. This can be a multi-member LLC, but taxed as a single member LLC. Therefore, no tax return even for the hub. Ooh, that's cool. Do you see how this becomes a little more complicated? We want you to come to the summit to learn the principles. Okay, 3 tax returns. Or maybe only 2 tax returns. Now we look at IRAs. What we could do is we could have 3 different IRAs and take your tolerance for risk, whatever that is. Again, Aaron's is $250,000, whatever your tolerance for risk is. And we could separate the assets by having 2 different IRAs. Or up to your tolerance for risk. Aaron has never had a lawsuit that affected the owners. Dennis has never seen a lawsuit inside of an IRA. I have. But I hear the worst of everything. So I tend to be a little tainted, and I tend to side with Anderson and want to protect your little butt from anything that could go wrong. But so whatever you do, do it with reasonableness. Be wise, prudent, what you do. Don't overkill this. But if you had $10 million in real estate, you wouldn't want all of it in one IRA, would you? It wouldn't make any sense. Okay. But we could use single member LLCs. The same strategy would apply. I can either use more IRAs, or I could use single member LLCs to protect the assets from each other inside of an IRA. Anderson likes this better, but if I lived in a state like Massachusetts, it's going to charge me $500 per LLC annually. I'd rather pay Dennis $175 and have more IRAs. Does that make sense? If I lived in California, where they want $800 per LLC, okay, I wouldn't do that. Okay.
I don't understand how you have an LLC and an IRA.
Well, it's a single member LLC. Who is that member? Who is the owner? No, the IRA is. So if it's not you, sometimes it's you, but if it's not you, if the IRA owns the LLC, then it's a single member LLC owned entirely by the IRA.
So it is an IRA, you just titled it an LLC.
Well, no, we would title the property in the LLC. Who owns the LLC? The IRA. But when it comes to titling the property, it would be titled in the single-member LLC. And that I don't have to worry about state jurisdictions, wherever you live.
Doesn't it have to be titled in the IRA if it's self-directed?
No, it could be in an LLC. You're titling it in the name of the whoever owns it.
If it's being purchased with self-directed IRA funds, doesn't the IRA own it?
The IRA is going to pay for it. It's going to send money to the individual, the single member LLC, which is going to buy the property. Okay? All right. I don't have time to talk about any more. See, Aaron's up here.
You're fine.
But here's so much that we didn't get a chance to talk about. Let's do one more question.
If you have an IRA, you get an LLC, you buy property. When the time comes where you start taking it out, you reach the age of it. What happens to the LLC and all that? Like, don't you have to title it because now it's no longer in an IRA, or what?
Well, you could, if you took that LLC, changed the operating agreement, and took it out, which means that the IRA no longer owns it, you personally own it, that would be considered a distribution from your IRA, and you'd be taxed on it. Okay? Okay. One more question.
One more question.
Okay.
If I have property already in LLCs, can I transfer them into my Roth IRA?
Well, how much can you contribute every year to your IRA?
Yeah, that's why I'm screwed. Like, there's some I bought a property for $30,000, a commercial property in Fountain Square at the tax sale 10 years ago when Fountain Square was nothing. It's worth $700,000 now. I would love to put that in my IRA, but that's self-dealing.
Yep, can't do that.
Because even if it fit the contribution limit, since I already owned it outside, or for example, I'll buy a property at auction that I know, I'm like, oh shit, I got it for 10 cents on the dollar. I know a guy at the foreclosure auction area, he'll bid on it, and then if he gets it really cheap, he'll be like, change it to Todd Roberts IRA, and he'll make the final bid of himself, he'll bid himself up $100, and then put it in his IRA. Because if you buy it outside the IRA, yeah, you could partner with your IRA to fund in the rehab on it, but it's still, you can't get it all in. That's the thing that sucks.
Yep. All right, so...
Did you tell them about doing multiple IRAs inside there?
Uh-huh.
Instead of LLCs?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
LLCs can be expensive. You know, if you got 5 properties, instead of doing 5 LLCs inside your IRA, do 5 IRAs.
Correct.
It's, you know, Dennis only charges you $175 a year per IRA. Your accountant's not going to charge you $175 per LLC to file the tax returns. So, you know, if you silo each IRA, then it's siloed. They can't spill it over into the other IRA if you get sued.
I'm a big advocate for more IRAs than LLCs.
Yeah, if you want to silo the homes inside your IRA, do 5 IRAs. There's no limit on how many IRAs you can have. Dennis only charges you $175 a year. There's no tax filing. You do 5 LLCs. That's a taxable event that you got to pay for your CPA to do. So, like a perfect example of where the tax planning messes up the asset protection because it becomes expensive. So you got to wear 2 hats: asset protection, tax, how they integrate.
So you own a single property, take whatever it is in your IRA, no LLC at all, just the IRA.
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
do a single
back
property
there,
IRA.
no LLCs inside of that, right? The problem with the IRA or the LLCs, if I don't pay my filing fee, I lose my asset protection. LLCs are supposed to have an annual meeting. Did I have your annual meeting? I don't know. It's easier to just let Dennis set up an extra IRA. It just is. Okay.
The IRA club's happy you did it. And then your annual fee is what, $165? No, you don't have to prove that you did the filings, none of that.
And trips and falls are going to still be contained within that IRA.
Yep.
Plus Alpine.
Correct.
Yeah, well, I get sued anyway because it's my name on the lease, not yours. So that's the first level of protection, because I'll be like, I'm the active investor, he's the passive client, he doesn't even live here, he didn't choose the tenant, I put the tenant in. They signed the lease with Alpine, not with the property owner. We happily excuse you from the suit. In fact, I don't want your insurance in my lawsuit because your insurance will just settle it. And I have a little war chest to litigate here in town. Because insurance companies just settle, now I have a claim, now I'm screwed. I'd rather spend $1,500. If I look at my maintenance records and go, oh, this is bullshit. I got a litigator here in town who's like 90% successful in getting that cost, and now it's not even a claim issue. But if you're still in the mix, so I'll send my attorney in and say, homeowners excused, we're the active manager. So I've never had a client that had to deal with a liability slip and fall claim even to begin with. So I'm your first layer of protection from asset protection.
And insurance is your second, and then proper structuring would be your third line of defense.
It prevents the...
Let's put things in perspective. Then you're going to be really glad that you separated the assets. If Aaron doesn't cover you, or if insurance doesn't cover you, if something exceeds all of that, then you're going to isolate the assets. But asset protection, what I do is never first line, ever.
Yeah, the entity is like the sump pump. The sump pump makes sure the basement doesn't flood, but it's still leaking. There's still water in the basement. That's how you want to think of the entity. Your insurance is going to actually stop that leak.
Okay. So if I don't have your card, I'm not going to give you the free webinars. We can't invite you to the summits. Aaron and I have an arrangement. All of his students get to come to our summit for free. So sign up for that. And if you can't attend the November class live stream, it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I know that's tough, but if you can take 3 days off, we can teach you asset protection. If you can't, put TBD, to be determined, and we'll get you another time.
Well, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, the amount in the taxable account, the amount of equity in particular LLC, was how much? 300%? In other words, before you go to Wyoming, so you've got another, like in our case, you've got one of the 45 states, single member LLC, and eventually there'll be a higher equity piece of property. When do you recommend to put that into the Wyoming?
You know what? That so depends. Because Aaron's analogy, if you really need the alligator moat and the gun turrets and the barbed wire fences and the howitzers to sleep at night, do Wyoming now.
Yeah, it's kind of like with your deductibles. What percentage of those assets what percentage are they of your net worth? If they're less than 5% of your net worth, then I would say don't worry about the Wyoming entity. If they're more than 25% of your net worth, then I would say it's probably worth it. Because think about it, maintaining the structure of my Wyoming entity and paying it's like a couple $1,000 a year to create that asset protection. It's not really a tax benefit, it's more asset protection. But I have some properties, just that one property here alone is such a good deal, I could never duplicate that. I literally bought that for 5 cents on the dollar, less than that. And so that's the kind of property that it's worth it for me to spend a couple $1,000 a year since it's worth $700,000.
Okay, so Dan, what state do you live in? Again.
I live in Illinois, the other property we're talking about is 6.
Okay. Most states have fairly decent laws for multi-member LLCs. So could you have a multi-member LLC hub in your state? Yes. Do you get anonymity? No. But so if you require anonymity, but most states would give you A- asset or A asset protection. It's when you want A plus and anonymity, that's when I'm going to Wyoming or Nevada or Delaware or Alaska. Okay.
And then in terms of its own LLC, I would take 30 tax sale properties at $1,000 a piece and throw them in one entity. Because again, if I got sued for any one of them, they could have them all. Now, if I realize one I bought for $1,000 at the tax sale could be worth $1 million, well, I might silo that out. But you really want to think, does it need its own LLC? What's the value of it? If it's $1 million property, yeah, put it in its own LLC. But if it's worth $50K, only you can decide if you want to create the expense associated with an LLC, because an LLC has a cost, and it's got an annual cost, and you just have to decide if that's worth it. That's what people don't understand, because then they're like, oh, you gotta get everything in LLCs. No, maybe you don't, because it's not that big of a deal for your net worth. What if it's just some dirt that you own out in the woods? What's the chance you're gonna get sued on that? Why does it need to be in its own LLC? Why are you spending $1,000 a year for 10 acres? What are you going to get sued for 10 acres of dirt? I mean, I'm sure Don's heard a nightmare story, but again, we're still talking about pretty low chance. So that's how, as an investor, again, that's why I listed tax as one of the areas that you have to decide how aggressive or conservative you want to be. It's not just your write-offs, it spills over into the tax expenses and then the liability that you're taking on.
And again, I teach asset protection, and my job is to cover you from anything that happens, but it has to be done with a sense of reasonableness. I don't want you to do the alligator moats if we don't need them. Just be wise, prudent, responsible in what you do. But the key to understanding if you're being wise or irresponsible is education. Come to our summit. Let us teach you the basic principles, okay? That's what we do. Aaron, awesome.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you, Don. Okay, again, we're going to push through to 2 o'clock. I'll take that one from you.
Okay.
I'm going to invite Naya up here because not only is she, we've been talking about insurance a couple times. I want her to explain universal and whole policies, but I also want to talk a little bit about syndication. And any other random questions about anything? Can you come have a seat, Naya, unless you'd rather stand?
Okay.
Yeah. So we've done quite a few syndication projects. Has anybody ever thought about syndicating or raising money with investors? Is that something? So let me talk about a couple things with that just generally, because there's a few do's and don'ts that I would say with it, syndication, and then I'd also want to discuss the insurance piece because we'll let Naya explain the difference between universal and whole. So, well, any questions about has anybody tried to do syndication or raise money?
Not really.
That they have questions about it? Because from that standpoint, we both can answer questions. Okay. So from if you're people will always say, you know, I wish you had an Alpine fund. I wish that when I came this week, I could have just put like $5,000 in the Alpine Property Fund and then, you know, have it be spread across markets. That, you know, that would be nice. What's the problem with the fund?
SEC.
And what's the problem with the SEC?
They want to see all your stuff. You got to be naked in front of them. They can see that you're doing everything on the up and out. Not that you're not. I'm just saying, like, there's a very basic process to vet you to have a fund.
Yeah, I knew a guy here in town who he was a paralegal at a law firm that handled foreclosures, and he figured out how cheap the foreclosure properties were. So he went to everyone at church and he said, "Hey guys, everybody put $10,000 in. I work for the law firm, so I know what the good deals are going to be, and then I'll go buy them at the auction for us here at church." So everybody pooled capital, $10K a piece, and he literally he put it all in his personal checking account, and then he commingled all the funds, and then he went to auction with one cashier's check, and then he bought a house at auction, you know, in his own name, with all the other investors' money, just starting. It was like perfect trail of commingling. And then what's crazy is he was an honest guy, right? He wasn't stealing from anyone. And so then he'd sell the deal for $150K, everyone to get their money back plus a percentage of the deal, and then he'd start over again the next month. And he was an honest guy. He was buying good deals. He made money. He didn't keep it. It wasn't a Ponzi scheme. But one person reported him for a securities violation from church. Guess who it was? No, the chick that he didn't like that wouldn't let him in on the deals. Sour grapes chick. And he spent 6 months in white-collar prison because she served up the perfect money trail wire fraud. They got him, basically it was wire fraud, right? That's what they nailed him on.
Because of the way he did it, or because
Yeah, because you can't just take people's money, put it all in one account, and go invest it. You know, that's what you do with a mutual fund. They take everybody's money, put it in one account, and invest it. But just on the paperwork to legally do that, it's like $75,000 to do a clean city. What's that? Not per se. There's ways to create a project syndication with a mix of accredited and non-accredited investors. Now, what's an accredited investor? Don?
Is it 2 million?
Yeah.
1 million, right? It's 1 million, yeah.
In free cash.
Yeah, you got to be basically.
But it's not tied up in stuff.
There's some specifics, but basically you got to be worth $1 million. Okay, if you're worth $1 million, then the government says, yeah.
If you would put that money that you collected into an escrow and now get it out.
Not okay. The only way he could have done it, here's how he should have done it cleanly. And this is the way that Naya and I structure it, because you have two paths for syndication. Okay, you make people legit partners. That's one way to say, or you spend $75K, you screen whether they are accredited or non-accredited, and then you run it like a security. So that you're paying people either a percentage, like I'll pay you 6%, or you give them a percentage of the profits, and then the money goes into your common account. So this is the structure that I use for my private equity fund. So the private equity fund that I have in Chicago, well, with Chicago investors, is set up as a legal syndication. We spent the $75,000 on the required documentation. We go to our investors. In our case, you aren't limited by there's specific number, like you're like, well, you can't have more than 20 non-accredited investors, but the rest all have to be accredited. So you have specific numbers when you do this more formal structure of the number of accredited and non-accredited investors that you have. Okay, and so in our case, all of our investors are worth at least $1 million, and you're not limited or minimum or maximum of accredited or non-accredited investors. And so in the case of my private equity fund, we have all accredited investors. We spent $75,000 on the initial document creation. We can collect their money, put it in. My partner and I have an LLC account. We take all their money, we put it in our account, and then we invest it however we want. We pay our partners a fixed 8% return, and then he and I keep all the profits, right?
And because of that, none of that is guaranteed, so that fund could go down to zero.
Yeah, none of it's guaranteed.
Because of all those in place in the filing.
We could lose all the money, and we have no personal liability. So from Ryan and I's standpoint, that structure is like it's like a hard money loan, right? Because we have no recourse on the money, but it's an 8% hard money loan. Now, when we did the first round of the fund 12 years ago, we paid 50% of the profits was what we paid out. And then we paid 40, 30, 20, and then we're like, we'll pay you 15% APR, 12%. And now we're like, if you want to re-up again. But now, see, they're all playing with the house's money. Because it's tough, because they wish they could give us more. We're like, no, sorry, we're only accepting for this round. And that's where Naya and I have gotten to where we're like, you have to have the minimum. Now, another way to structure it is make people all partners. So what Rick at the church should have done, and this is the structure that a lot of you could do on a smaller scale, okay? So if Rick would have said, I'm going to create auction, and Don, feel free to jump in also on this. If I would have I'm going to create auction LLC, okay? And then auction LLC will have 5 members. Members 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from church. And each of those members funds in $50K because we set up a bank account, not Rick's personal account. We set up a bank account, and we have an operating agreement that outlines that each person's funding in $50,000. We're going to go to the auction. Collectively, we're going to buy a deal. The deal will go in auction LLC's name. It'll have its own bank account. It'll have its own set of QuickBooks that we set up online for QuickBooks. And it's got an operating agreement. And then whatever profits we sell will be divided up equally, based on the percentage of money that they have invested in that deal. And if he would have set that up, we're not talking about a lot of cost, but then he could have gone to auction, bought the property in the name of Auction LLC. All those members would have been members. They're not getting paid a fixed percentage rate or anything like that. And then he could have closed the LLC out at the end of the transaction, gave everyone their money and their profits, and cleanly invested with everyone at church. Anything to say about that, Don?
Yeah, two things. It will depend on how you solicited the funds. If 5 friends come to you and all get together and you want to invest, that's one thing. But when you go out and actively solicit, then you cross the line in SEC territory.
That's what you're thinking of. It's if I set up a website called auctioninvestors.com, put $10,000 in my fund, that's where you have to be literally set up like a mutual fund.
Or if I'm going out and meeting with people and showing my PowerPoint and here's why you want to invest with me, you're soliciting funds. The other thing is whenever you're working with other people's money, you need to be really careful. My wife's uncle had 37 partners. He had every one of them sign the partnership agreement. It was all well documented. And then when it was all signed, he gave everyone a copy. Because he did that backwards, he didn't give them a copy first, give them 3 days to review it, and then sign the document. He spent 7 years in the penitentiary because he got I'm just saying, if you're doing other people's...
Did he know all the investors?
Oh yeah, every one of them.
Oh, that's funny. Which one got pissed at him? Did he lose money?
He was investing in Bryan Head ski resort all about southern Utah, and the land was still there, but the timber rights were in dispute, and all of a sudden it just took longer to get the money out than they thought. Somebody went to the Utah Attorney General and blew up the whole SEC thing, and they got him on a technicality. He signed the agreement, then gave him a copy. That was backwards. When you're dealing with other people's money, damn it, do it right.
Yeah, and I bet you the real problem there wasn't the technicality. It was the fact that he was an asshole that lost their money. Just guessing, but...
He didn't. He was still there.
But nobody went to the Attorney General because he was doing a great job. That's a bigger issue. In personal experience.
And that's why I enjoy working with Aaron. I really feel relaxed. I trusted him. I just talked to an investor this morning, and she said, so why would I give the money to you versus others? I say you tell me how much you want to lose your money, or you want to make sure you make money, or at least you have the security. And I said with Aaron, I have 100% confident that he's honest, he's very transparent. And, he's been doing this for 20 years, including the 15 years in the business investing for others. So I have the confidence that he will make money, and the percentage of the return is significant.
It's interesting. Naya and I have used this structure to do several multi-million-dollar projects. And one of the things that I found working with Chinese investors, and why I really love working with Naya, is because number one, I don't speak Chinese, but number one, I don't understand Chinese business culture, right? Americans tend to be pretty straightforward. I want to work with you. You can get I had a Chinese investor when I was trying to work with them that would say, I want to work with you, and they didn't want to work with me. Chinese will say, I like you, and they don't like you. I want to invest, I don't want to invest. Or they'll say, I don't want to invest, but they do want to invest, right? And I was like, I don't get it. I'm happy with working with you, and they weren't happy. So one of the things where Naya's been invaluable is she's dialed into the nuance of Chinese business structure. And so we have some very savvy clients that would never work with me, but because Naya is my partner and she can help put that together, maybe talk about that for a minute, because you have clients from everywhere, but very, very analytical, very bright. How do you navigate the different personalities when you're raising money?
Well, actually, I learned a lot about psychology, and I listened to the question, but really there's a fear behind the question. So I answer their fear directly. So you will hear people say, it's not that I don't trust you, I just want to know this. You don't trust me.
See, she knows that. I don't know.
Exactly. And I have no problem to bring it up. I say, hey, listen, you don't have to pretend you trust me when you have questions. The reason you ask for that question is because of fear and because you don't trust. And that's fine. I have no problem with that. Let's go through one by one. And my strengths is, I have two strengths. One is I help people to find where the money is. Even though it's their money, but they don't know where they can find the money to put into the project. And number two is I can show them with numbers because numbers don't lie. And, I'm very good with math, and my background was economics and art. So I have my creativity side, I have my analytical side, and I use all the numbers to show them, hey, this make more sense, or this make more sense. And they'll give me the answer. So that's how I work with them.
Yeah, she's very analytical, but it's interesting. She's fluent in spreadsheet, but spreadsheet does not close investors on a syndication. We all, whether we admit it or not, money is emotional. We make emotional decisions with our money. And at the end of the day, people are investing in her and that emotion. Never forget that when you're dealing with syndication, when you're dealing with working with an investor to invest in you. Most of the time, people invest in you, not the product. And so it's interesting because she checks the box, econ, I can show you the spreadsheet. But a lot of times, if you only try to bring an investor in based on the numbers, that's not going to be enough to motivate them to overcome their fear of losing money. And so for her, she's a unicorn because there's this massive $1 trillion appetite of Chinese investors here in the US that would like to invest as well as overseas. And she's in a very unique position because she's got a foot in both worlds. And she's lived in the US long enough that she understands US culture, US business, US nuance, but then she also understands Chinese investors. So when I met her, I was like, I struggled to work with. I was to the point where I was like, I'm not going to do any more deals with Chinese investors. I'm not going to Hong Kong again because I just kept running into brick walls that were a function of me just being in America and not getting it, right? And so, but now that Naira and I are working together, she's like, what other projects do you have? Like, what's next? Because I've created this pipeline, Aaron. What are we doing? What are we working on next?
Yeah.
So we've talked about insurance, and I know that you're an expert in insurance. And in the very real way, let's talk about some of the benefits of the insurance, because I've given them kind of my perspective on it, but from an agent standpoint. Because Naya did Meg's policy. We're going to give you her cell and email. So if you'd like to have her quote something for you, feel free.
Okay. So thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is my first time working on Aaron's stage and talking about insurance. And how many people working with Anderson Group? Okay. When Anderson Group come to Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, that's where I live. I work on their event as a guest speaker talking about insurance and talk about life planning. And today, my agenda is actually helping you to find more money from your life insurance policy to fund your real estate project. And then we'll do reverse, which is from your real estate income, fund your insurance policy. So the bottom line is you don't want to pay tax, right? I recently working with one of my clients who's living in San Francisco area, and this family only state tax, California tax alone, they pay $180,000 per year. And I say, why don't you move to Florida as the primary house is sitting there? Because I did a reverse number. I say with $180,000 per year, that means $15,000 per month that you're giving to the state and not paying for any of your own bills. With this kind of mortgage, you can have a $4 million house with 3% of interest, 30 years long.
See what I mean? See how ninja that is? Because she closed them pure emotion. It's brilliant. Think about your house.
Yeah, think about it. So you're going to have a $4 million house in Florida, in Boca, at a very high-end location, and that money is yours instead of paying to California, the state, right? So they're looking for a house in Boca now. This would just happened 2 months ago. So, Great. Great to send me your information.
Conference call Tuesday.
Yeah, I work with a lot of high network clients, and that's why they love me, because that's how I help them. So the life insurance is really helping you to get into zero tax bracket, and you don't need anybody to qualify you. It's one decision that you need to make. And life insurance is different than real estate. Real estate, you can buy anytime you want. When you have money, you buy it. Life insurance is not. Not only it requires money, it requires health. You can be a little older, that's okay, but if your health went downhill, if there are certain diseases you have, even you are willing to pay, they're not going to give it to you. So if you are in this not very healthy stage, that's okay. Talk to me and I'll see which company I can do. Some company are there marijuana friendly, smoker friendly. Some are diabetes friendly. So some of them, you don't qualify for any of it, and I'll find whoever is qualified in your family, and you can use that person's name to fund a life insurance policy to generate income tax-free project.
Yeah, that's great. So even if you're worried about not qualifying for the life insurance, she deals with that all the time. It's huge.
Yeah. You can we can use somebody else to do it. So I personally have multiple policies, and I use my son's name to buy policies too. So
I haven't done that yet. We need to talk about that.
More business to do.
I'll email you this week. My kids are like, Dad, why do I have all these health exams? It's all right, Tommy. Don't worry about it, buddy. I'll find out Tommy's been eating edibles for the last 6 months.
Yeah. So
in his bloodstream.
So who has a question about why life insurance is tax bracket? Why is zero tax?
Any questions about that?
Okay, I'm going to go through it because do you know? No. Okay, then no raising hand. I tried so hard to get your attention, this morning. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means.
Zero tax, which means, okay, so let's say you put the money into your retirement account, right? Like 401k era. And then when you get the money out, you got to pay tax. Sooner or later, you got to pay tax, right? And you don't even know what the tax bracket is at that time. You have no idea. And we're at a record low. We historically, we're at very low tax right now. So you don't know when you're going to need that money, and therefore your income from that project, but the cash after tax is unpredictable because you don't control that. With life insurance, it's different. You know exactly how much you get because the money you get out has nothing to do with tax. Government give you tax break, tax exemption. Any money from life insurance policy is tax exempt. So if you get $10,000 this month, it's zero tax. Okay, and then so that's from income part, and they don't call it income, they call it loan. So think about when you refinance your house. Let's say you have $500,000 equity in the house, and then when you get money out, like a HELOC or refinance, that money out, you don't pay tax, right? That's called loan. In life insurance, you can do that, and it can act like a loan, but it really protects you for lifetime income. And I'll show you the illustration later.
Yeah, because I was explaining to them earlier how I borrowed the $75,000 against my policy. I called it a loan, but what Naya is saying, look, if you have a death benefit of $4 million, you just took $75,000 off. That in my case I used it for flips, or that you used it to buy a rental property. That's income for you that you have. That's spendable money that you don't owe any taxes on. That you just pulled out against that policy. You don't know. There's no tax event, and now you can do whatever you want with it. You could invest it. You could go to Mexico with it. I mean, and so it's what they call it versus what you actually use it for. That's why they call it infinite banking, and that's why they call it you're accessing money that you're not paying taxes on.
Did your death benefit just get reduced to $3.25 million?
Great question.
Okay, I'll show you a chart. So I'll show you a chart later, and then we'll go through that. Yes?
Is that loan repayable?
Okay, very good question. So when you borrow money out from life insurance policy, first, you do not need to pay tax. Second, if you borrow the right amount, you do not need to pay back. So that is the two very, very important questions for life insurance loan when you borrow, okay? And I'll show you why. So as long as the policy is enforced, you do not need to pay tax. If you borrow all the cash value out and not putting any money funding that policy to, be alive, then yes, you will have to pay tax. If you borrow the most of money out and whatever left there can still afford to pay for the policy cost, you do not need to pay tax and you do not need to pay it back.
That's why I didn't. That's why I couldn't borrow 100% of my premiums, because then I would have lost the death benefit.
Yeah.
But once I had funded in the 100,000. That's why a lot of people just fund it in, so you can borrow back the max that you borrow, but you still maintain the death benefit. How ninja is that? Very ninja.
Can we go down
a
few slideshows? How this thing work? Okay, this basically just talking about how old we can, live, how our life expectancy. I really, really hope that when I die, I can finish my money at the perfect timing. Unfortunately, things don't go that way. Usually, your money's still alive, still there, and you're dead. But even worse, if you're still alive and your money dead, what's gonna happen to you, right? So that's our concern, especially with younger generation. They said the babies born today that they can live to 142 years old. So that's very scary. It's good, but it's kind of scary too, right? So let's talk about this tax thing. I think Don and Aaron already covered. This is where it's very low. So I'm gonna go really quick. Oops.
No, here, I'll bring you back up.
So good to have you here. So, okay. I want to show you how this, okay.
Just go to the one you want, yeah. Oh, here, I'll. Uh-oh. Is there a freeze on me?
And I did use this to fund my stuff that I'm purchasing too.
Oh, you did? Ah.
Very good, yeah. And in life insurance policy, if you should do it right, and you call the company, ask them how I can get money back to my account, checking account, the fastest way. Sometimes you can do it in 48 hours, and you do not need anybody to pre-approve. Like for example, if you have $500,000 equity in your house, you go refinance. That's what at least will take you a month or 2 months, right? So with life insurance policy, 48 hours, or the most is 1 week, you can get the money back to your account. There's nobody can say, do you have an income? You're going to pay me back, There you go. There's no, thank you. There's no other questions that, involved. They just say, okay, I have, I'm going to show you in one of my slices. It shows, that's one of my policies actually.
Oh.
Yeah, so I show you how I borrow money out from it.
And can I send these to, if they want?
You can.
So if you guys want to email me this, I'll forward you this PDF of these slides that she sent. So hit me up and say, Aaron, insurance slides. And then I'll copy Naya on it so you have her email as well.
Yeah, so let's look at this one. This is one of the small policies I have. I have multiple policies because whenever I have extra money I have nowhere to put, I buy a policy. And that is my investment account. So look at this one. On the top corner, it says 115,000. That is accumulated value, which means this 115,000 is making money for me. Okay, and then when you look at the right side, it's 112,000. That is the money I can borrow out anytime without anybody to prove this is okay. I can borrow it out anytime. Okay, and then then you look at it. There's at the right bottom. There's 7.5%. This is the last 12 months. This is like brand new information, very fresh information. I just downloaded it this morning. So it's October 11th.
So that's the premiums invested in the market. You made 7.5% on your premiums.
Yeah.
And you can take $112,000 at any time, and it's tax-free because they see it as a loan, but then you can use it to whatever, to buy a house, do whatever you want. That's why they call it infinite banking.
Yeah, you are your own bank. One second, let me finish the next one. Yeah.
Compounded,
yeah. Let me show you this one. So this one is the last 12 months. So the interest actually changes. This is 7.5 because of how the volatility that happened in the market. This one is directly tied to S&P 500, right? So this is another one. This is also my policy, same policy that you just saw. This was I downloaded in February. So 2010 February, backtrack 12 months, which is 2019. that interest I earned is 9%, 9.1%. So that's really nice, okay? And when we run illustration, we use 6%. Really, the market return has been really beautiful. And how much you're paying back to the insurance company is a question, right? So 4%. So let's say if my policy making 7.5%, if my policy paying me 7.5%, okay, I'm gonna have a question for you guys, and you tell me, okay? So let's say this one, if I borrow 112,000 out from this policy, okay, and then how much that 7.5% interest is based on to credit me later? Is it gonna be based on 115,000, or is gonna be 115,000 minus 112,000? Great, 115,000. So basically, I'm using 115,000, making 7.5%, and the money I borrow out, I'm paying 4% back. This is a collateral loan.
Toby, Clint, and Michael all have IULs that Anderson pays the monthly premium for them as part of their ownership compensation package. And so they were the ones who put me onto this idea, why I set one up, and then why invest. You know, you can see why, because I see you guys are like, holy shit.
Yeah, and I run an illustration. I ran some numbers to show you, and I used the lower percentage, which is 7.5%. Okay, so let's just say you have 120K in your IOL. It makes 7.5% credit for you. From this 120K, you borrow 100,000 out, and you pay 4% back. Let's look at it. So that's 127K, 7.4%. It earns $9,000 credit for you, right, into your policy. And then you borrow 100K at 4%. That means you pay back 4,000, right? So now this year, your real interest credit is 5,000 from this policy, right? Is everybody with me? Okay, so you're really making 5,000 in this policy instead of 9,000. However, you got to make sure that your 100K is making money for you. You got to have a good relationship with it. Say, you know, do well for me, and I'm going to send you to another place, and you just bring me more benefit, and you're happy, I'm happy, right? This is the relationship we have with money. So you got 100K out, and you bought a property from Alpine. And Alpine Property usually is 8% profit. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's say the bottom line, 100K with 8% profit, you make 8,000, right? Mm-hmm. So now you make 5,000 in your life insurance policy, you make 8,000 in Alpine's policy, the property. How much are you making this year? 13,000. And if you don't do this step, how much you're making from the policy? 9,000. Exactly. So there's 4,000 difference. Are you happy with this kind of return?
So Carrie, Larry, so Carrie, Larry, and I have been discussing doing a joint venture. Imagine if you set the policy up and then fund in the joint venture because we're going to do a little flipping partnership with some money, and I invited them to do that. So imagine if you set this up first and then we fund it in with the flipping partnership, and now you're double dipping.
Yeah. And if you already have a policy, you don't know how much you can borrow, you can contact me and send me your information. I'll help you take a look. I'll be happy to, okay? And then this is how it works. So this is exactly spread, right? Just like the bank loan, when you're your house, you borrow, we're totally everywhere.
Oh yeah, you've been in that's how I teach all over the place. They're used to that.
That's why we work together.
They've had
No
3 days of
problem.
this. They don't care. Yes.
Welcome to the club.
You're in the tribe.
Yeah. So let's say, okay, if you make 8% income on Alpine Property, and you're borrowing a loan and you pay 5%, are you making money? Of course, 3%, right? That's a spread. That's how banks make money. And if you want to be rich, you got to think like a bank, right? We're making that. So you're making this and you're making money from the life insurance policy. This is how we work together. Anybody has questions so far?
Making sense?
Yes.
4% that you pay back for the insurance, where does that go?
That goes to insurance company. Yeah.
So the profit that I make is taxed.
No, nothing is taxable.
That's tax-free. So
Yeah. If you
that's
handle
actually more than, that's
More-
actually worth more than if you just got.
Yeah, it's like you're making a higher return.
Because now you're not paying taxes unless you're getting actually.
you think it's better than Aaron's property? It's okay. I answer your question. I tell you why I do both. I personally do both, and the reason I do both.
No, he's saying if you make 7% tax free, it's almost like you made 10% where you're getting taxed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And you know that's exactly what it is, and that's why I love life insurance policies. Okay. The thing with life insurance policy is you need to find it for a certain amount of year before you can borrow money out. Okay.
Whether that's, let's say they're like the policy is $5,000 a month, but it has to get to $100,000 before you can borrow, because you have to anchor the death benefit in. Whether that's you just fund in the $100K and now you have the policy and you can borrow back, or whether you that's the decision everyone has to make. What's more important to me, the death benefit this is your minimum monthly to maintain that death benefit, or once you get to that amount? That's what you got to figure out.
Yeah.
Question.
Well, what I did with mine was because of the CARES Act, I have TSP with the federal government. You can never touch it till you're 59 and a half, and as long as you work there, you can't. And it's worthless. You can't really trade with it or get real estate. So under the CARES Act, I qualified and withdrew my money, put it into this, and turned right around and took all but a couple thousand out. And I'm investing in with Aaron. So I'm getting that percentage on the money, even though it's not in there anymore. I still have the death benefit. And I'm also meeting the CARES Act requirement by putting it back in my IRA, and I'm not going to be taxed on it.
See?
And I'm making interest. So
That was a Toby idea, right?
no, it was my idea.
Oh wow! Because
Very
I've
smart,
seen maybe
yeah.
Toby got the idea from you because I heard him teaching it last week on Infinity.
Very smart. So
Other question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my question was along the same lines Bob and I were talking earlier. So you pull money out, so you pull 100 out for your 401k for this year under that CARES Act, where so it is a 100k or that whatever that amount. The length of time for that to be able to pull it back out of that insurance. to put into
How fast could you get a policy set up?
Depends on the company. Some company on the third year you can take the money out. Some at the fourth year you can take money out. So it really depends on so this policy, I have it for 5 years. Okay, so some company that you have to have the money in there minimum for 2 years. Some are 3 years.
Yours is immediate.
It depends. It really depends. Some are immediate.
And you can write for one that's immediate if that was what you wanted to do.
Yeah. You when you're ready for this or you have any questions, give me a call based on your needs. There are many insurance companies. They provide different things. Just like supermarket, this one is cheaper on this product, that one is cheaper on that product.
And Don, with CARES Act, they just have to get it out before the end of the year, right? Hey, look, I don't care if you're like, hey, I want to do the CARES Act thing. Let me get set up with Naya and then I'll pick out a property. Cool. That doesn't hurt my feelings. Or I'll hold the property for you for 2 months. I own it. I'm just going to collect some of your rent. So feel free to loop Meg in on that and be like, we heard Naya, so we want to do CARES Act, Naya, insurance, then property. Now, if you work with if they say to you, hey, I want to do that and do 100,000, fund it in, and then and could we get it done in 90 days?
Actually, that's one of the restrictions with life insurance. Let's say if you have 100K and you only have 100K for 1 year and next couple years you don't, you cannot put 100K into a life insurance policy with the tax exemption. Because IRS allow this there's a limit how much you can put in every year in order for you to get this tax benefit. If you suddenly put a big amount of money like you put into the house market, you will trigger the tax button. Okay, so let's talk about it. Depend on your situation. I'll design a plan for you.
Yeah, hop on a call with Naya to get your specifics, Carrie.
Can you use IRA money instead of buy a life insurance policy?
No, you cannot.
That's
Unless you do the CARES Act.
right. But that's one of the Don.
You could use a QRP.
For whole life.
QRP for whole.
So
That's a Meg
what I
has.
love about the strategy is you're really double dipping. You're collecting money two different ways out of the same life insurance policy. Double dipping isn't allowed, but you're making the same money and you're making money two different ways. And it's also life insurance proceeds. Right, and that policy is exempt from lawsuits. So you set up your own little life insurance policy that nobody can touch the lawsuit because you're not dead. It's an investment. There's a lot to what she's saying that
I don't know. I don't know a high 6-figure or 7-figure and above income earner that doesn't have a whole or universal policy. Why would you not? Why would that not be part of your tool belt of wealth generation, wealth preservation benefits? Because every one of us can probably think of what we would like a chunk of cash to go to after we die. A foundation, a church, a family member. And so that part's usually very easy. But then when you add in the tax benefits, the diversification ability, and then the duality of being able to borrow / reinvest that money and increase your return, why would you not do it? Now, I know some people who only do it, but like Naya said, she does both. That's what rich people do. It's like, I love it and I do it, and I love it and I do it, and I like the market.
Yeah.
One thing that I do is the only thing I do in the market with non-insurance money, so like I like 90% of my market investments to be with my insurance policy. One, because you make the double dip, but number two, because I have a floor in my policy that guarantees that I won't lose all my money. So I really like that, which means I have a ceiling, but I don't care. The only money that I invest in the market with is gambling, like trading stocks. And that's less than 0.5% of my net worth. So that's about how much I take to the casino too. But I don't ever pretend that trying to buy Chipotle low is an investment. This is investing in the market the way that I love to be in the market.
Yeah. This chart you're seeing is the record that I borrow money out for my life insurance policy when I bought one of Aaron's property. And I bought 2 property at the same time. Then I see, okay, I need $85,000, but $85,000 more, and I don't have it sitting around. Like I share with you, I really manage my money, so there's nothing sitting there. Nobody's sitting there. They are running around doing things. So when I suddenly need the money for 2 houses, I was $85,000 short. If you look at the third line from the bottom, there's $85,000, and I borrow out, right? So from that $85,000, I borrow out, and then a few months, like 5 months later, November 3rd, which is the line above that, I returned $83,000. So it's very quick. You just need it and you borrow it. I can pay back. But if you don't have the money to pay back, you're okay. You're fine. You don't have to pay back. It just, I have money sitting there around. I have nowhere to put it. I say, okay, keep making money. I don't want to pay the 4%. And so that's what I did. So this is money from IUL to buy real estate property. And then I'm going to show you something else now. It's how to find the IUL with real estate income. Because what happened is you asked me if you have 100K, what you do, you cannot put everything into the life insurance because IRS will not allow you to put unlimited amount of money there. However, you can use that money to buy a property and use that property income to fund your life insurance policy. So I'm going to do a reversed one. So let's look at this one. Okay, I may just ask you to close your eyes when I'm doing this so you don't get dizzy. So this page is talking about life insurance. This is really just Aaron was talking about.
There's a floor.
Okay, so if your money is in stock market, and I have met a lot of smart people, they're making a lot of money from the market. However, when market drop, and that's what they worry about. And if the market drops 70%, they got to make a 233% back to be back to where they are. And we, as life insurance policy, if the market drop, we don't need to worry about it. And then if the market go up, we keep going up from a new point. So that is the beauty of it. And if you want to know more about it, I'll show you. But I'm going to show you a very simple chart, which is if market go every other year, it go up 10%, then every other year it go down 10%, you would think your money probably didn't lose. So which a lot of my clients, they don't know what they're doing. They have a full-time job, they have their own business. They just want to be fancy, want to see how smart they are. They put some money in the stock market. And at the end of the day, sometimes they say, I did well. I say, how much you made? I made 20% last year. I say, how about the year before? Oh, I lost 40%. So, if you do a very quick math, they're losing money. But the 20% they gained, it makes them feel good. It fits their ego. So if you're one of them, that's okay. Leave a very small amount of money there just to play with it. But don't count on it too much. So as you can see, if every other year you make 10% and every other year you lose 10%, at the end of the 10 years, with real volatile market, you actually lose $9,950. So you lose $50. But with zero loss, with the floor strategy, which is a life insurance strategy, you actually make 60% more than when you put it in. So this is how important the floor is. Okay, and some company, like what I said, some company I work with, they even give a 16% gain. That's the cap rate. And on top of that, they match you 40% extra bonus.
Wow.
Yeah, that 40% bonus. And on top of that, they give you another 50%. So when you're ready, I'll show you. So you actually can make a lot more than people who participate in the stock market. So so this is just some simple things. I'm going to show you from real estate to IUL. Let's say you're 50 years old male and you want to put the money into IUL. So you have like 3 properties with Aaron, and you have their monthly income is $2,400 after all the expenses. So I'm just using an example. And all the numbers, if $2,400 is too much, you can do $1,200. We can play with it. And if you really have a lot more, then we can double it. Okay. So this is just a base number.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I did. I usually will say, this is what I'd be comfortable putting on auto pay. When I set up my IUL, I'm like, I'm comfortable funding in $100,000 and then doing $5,000 a month, $60,000 a year. He said, okay, then let's work backwards. Then I'll see what the most death benefit I can give for you, what you qualify for based on your health, and then we'll look back and see what that looks like. It's kind of counterintuitive. So think about being very candid with Nye and saying, look, we could fund $50,000 in and then we could do $12,000 a year, or we could fund $100,000 in and then we could do $3,000 a month. You come up with your comfort level. She doesn't have an agenda. She just wants it. I just have mine on auto pay, and I have for 8 years now. Does that make sense? That's what you need to decide. She can do a much better job if you've already figured that part out. Okay.
Right. And I can help you figure out. I have some clients come to me and say, I really want the policy. I just don't have money. I just help you sit down. So we draw it or we talk about it and I draw. Nowadays we do Zoom meetings. So I draw it and find out that client actually have a lot of money and she just never really look at it that way. So I help her. And then she used to say, if I pay $10,000 per year, it would be very stretchy. Now she's paying $50,000 a year and she has no problem. So that's how much money she has, she didn't even see. And after she talked to me, I helped her. So, okay, so this one we're looking at is a 50 years old man, buy a policy, and the purpose of this policy is generate retirement income. And this income, he doesn't need to pay tax at all. So what we're doing is pretend if this man has 3 houses, so $2,400 per month, for annual premium is $28,800, right? So he funded for 15 years and that's it. Starting year 16, when he's 66, his annual income will be $68,000.
That he can take out of the policy.
Out of the policy until 120 years old if he doesn't die. If he die any year, he will have death benefit going to his family. Even he die at a year 120 years old, he still have death benefit, and that death benefit is huge.
Yeah, so you can see over here to the right. So if you look at He's putting $28,000 in for 15 years, doesn't take any out, starts building up, gets bonus credit, right?
Yeah.
And he's got his death benefit that's increasing as that time goes on. He gets to year 15 and he's like, I want this to be a retirement vehicle. So now I'm going to start pulling 70 grand a year out, and the death benefit that's gone up to 1.2 million starts to decrease, but he doesn't care because he doesn't have to leave that much money to his kids. He wants a fixed income every month for retirement, and he's got that to help him live up to 120. So he could keep taking 70 grand a year until 120 before, and there's
the 11 million.
11 million bucks there.
For death benefit.
And it's tax-free
Yes.
to the estate. And it's exempt from probate, right, Don?
Yes.
Death benefit doesn't go to probate?
No,
It doesn't go probate.
There's a beneficiary.
Yeah.
there's no income tax, but it may kick you into estate tax.
Well, yeah, and if you do reach the the qualification for estate tax, this will help you to pay for estate tax. Yeah, and I had 2 years ago, I had a very wealthy client pass away. He was very young. I went to his 60 years old birthday party, and it was a very fancy one. The next year in January, he called. He said, "If I die today, how much my children will get?" And I said, "What happened to you?" And he said, I think I got a lung cancer. So that was in January. Actually, that was the end of January. And beginning of January, I saw him and his girlfriend. He looks fine, very handsome, fun, joking around. The end of January, he was diagnosed as lung cancer. In May, he passed away. So his life insurance policy was $32 million. And that's what he passed to his children. He has 2 big construction companies, and he's one of the biggest hotel renovation guy in the country. And he has business here, he has business in other country. But his children are very young. They don't even know how to run the business. They don't feel comfortable to take over the business because you owe other people and other people owe you. You owe them, they owe you. So whoever you owe, they know how to find you. But whoever owes you money, his children doesn't know how to find them. So the children's mother is a lawyer. So you better not to take it. But when you take over this company, when you inherited that, you inherit all the debt. So the children didn't even take the company. Daughter and son, they took a $32 million life insurance policy. And yeah, so that was a great story of life insurance.
Imagine doing, yesterday we talked about doing 5 houses inside an IRA, set it and forget it. Imagine doing 3 or 4 houses outside an IRA, and saying, in my brain, the rents will just go to fund a policy because, a couple grand a month doesn't change my life right now. I'm in my 40s, I'm in my 50s, I don't really care about that. But when I'm going to need it is 65 to 80 when I actually want to retire. So I'm going to take the rental income on these properties outside my IRA, use it to pay a policy like this scenario, a couple grand a month, fund it for 15 years. You could sell the properties and be like, now my brain is soft, I'm old, I want $70,000 a year to supplement my Social Security and my 401k. What a great 15-year, I need an emergency 401k plan because I don't have enough in there right now. I love this idea. I have clients that have done this, that they want properties from me just so that the rental income can fund in the premiums for 15 years on a policy to create this exact kind of scenario. This is a really cool scenario.
Yes.
So I guess, is it taxed as income if you do it that way? And then secondly, if you get cancer, don't they give you a money head, or if you have to be in long-term care, don't they pay for that?
Well, okay, great question. You brought up another point. So because we're living longer and longer, long-term care policy become a concern to people. And it's this policy, there are many insurance companies come with a life insurance policy with long-term care rider. So it can act like a long-term care policy when you buy this. So it's fine. And then the first question you ask is the $68,000, do you need to pay tax? You do not need to pay tax.
No, if you're going to use your real estate to make the payment.
Well,
it would have to be net of tax.
Right.
Okay, so you pay the taxes and then you put it in.
Yeah, so you would need like a couple grand net of taxes, management, insurance, right? But again, I've had clients that are like, they just like the idea of saying, I'm going to buy 4 houses from you, Aaron, earmark the cash flow. I mean, if I have to, I'll fund in the difference. You know, like if I have an eviction, then maybe that month I got to pay the full $2,400 or whatever. Because but the idea being that the tenants go to their job every day for the first 10 days of the month to work for you at their job to pay your insurance to fund in your future $70,000 a year from your life insurance. That's tax-free money. That's ninja AF, and it's like
you took it out of there to buy it, then you're getting it double.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I'm telling you, when you start combining. So yes, I like the idea of borrowing against it, like she's talking about. But see how she just flipped it and said, fund it in with the properties.
Yeah.
Right, fund it in with the properties to create another huge piece of your retirement in 15 years.
And this is a house that you don't see. However, it is a house that can take care of you when you're older, and you don't need to take care of it. There's no maintenance.
Yes, okay, you don't deal with, now you're never dealing, you sell them and do notes, or 1031 them into a 4 cap Class A beautiful little fourplex that you don't even have to think about. That is to set it and forget it. And now you have I can enjoy life because I'm not dealing with landlord headaches / tax-free income from my policy strategy. Because then it's combining. I had a client in Florida. She had 9 cap properties that she bought from us. She finally called Ellen. She's like, Ellen, every time I get an email from Alpine, it just gives me anxiety. And Ellen's like, your properties are doing great. She's like, but I'm old. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And so I don't like seeing Alpine in the subject line. And she's like, the properties are fine. But she's like, everything scares me that I'm old. And so I always figure it's going to be bad news. And I understood that. She was like in her late 70s. And when, even though her properties had done well, that still didn't mean she didn't have late rent and surprise repairs, and those really freaked her out. So we just sold the properties, and now she just has some notes. That's it. Because then it's just mortgage payment, right?
I learned a lot of psychology stuff, and they said fear has a lot to do with how frequent you go pee-pee. I was like, you gotta be seriously.
True.
When you're nervous, that's a fear, right? Then you gotta go to the bathroom, right? So I'm like, really? So if you get a little older and you don't want to go to the bathroom too often, you can
there you go. Sell your properties.
Sell the property to the younger generation.
I like that.
You can just use life insurance policy. So who already have a whole life or IUL policy?
Who already has policy?
Okay.
A couple of you.
How long have you had your policy?
My parents bought it for me when I was born, so at least 46 years.
Okay,
wow.
You may want to check, see how much cash value you have in there, because even you have a policy, it may not be the best policy, and with yours, how old it is, I guarantee you it's not the best policy.
Right.
And with that kind of older policy, what difference is, I show you. So when you look at this one, it's one of the 1035 exchange. So in real estate, it's 1031 exchange on properties. With insurance, it's called 1035 exchange, which means you exchange from one policy to another policy, and you carry. You carry whatever the cash value from that there. Even though you made the money, if you cancel the policy, you got to pay tax. But if you do 1035 exchange, you do not need to pay tax. Okay,
so I could move my policy from my ex-wife's husband to you.
To me.
You didn't even tell me that.
Well, this is my sales pitch.
All right, we gotta call this week. I'd love to see his face. He'll be all shitty when I move it. I didn't even know about it. You never told me about this. See, that's how nice she is. She doesn't try to poach business. She figured I was fine with my policy.
Yeah. So okay.
You can only do it with whole life. You couldn't do it with the term.
Term has no cash value. So whole life or IUL, yours is whole life. We can do that. We can switch. So this one is one of my clients, and he was 54 years old. This was just last year, and he has a life insurance policy, and it's a variable universal life, and which means up and down with the market. He sometimes lose money. That policy has no floor, and so he said, I got a heart attack sometimes. My policy cash value drop a lot, and I may need to pay more premium sometimes. Have you heard about the life insurance scam sometimes? Have you heard about it from others? That is universal life policy cause a bad result. So with the new life insurance, IUL, you don't have that. So market drop, you don't drop. So I said, okay, send me your policy information. Let me take a look. What I did for him is I roll over his cash value, which is $178,000 he accumulated in last 20 years. Now, a lot of people will say, you're 20 years older than when you bought the old policy, you are going to pay more premium. But that is really a 5 figures mindset. What you really need to see is how much your new policy going to make for you.
Yeah.
If the new policy is going to make a lot more, it's going to cover that insurance cost gap. So you don't worry about that. All you need to do is compare the numbers. So what I did with this client is roll over $178,000, and the client is still paying $1,500 per month. So that's $18,000 per year, and paying until he's 67 years old. The client has money, and it's not a big deal for him. So what happened is when he's 68 years old, he will have $49,000 per year income for the rest of his life, and this is the income tax free.
So as long as he lives 7 years, he will have taken all of it back. Everything past 74 is pure gain.
Pure gain. And then when he passes away, his children will get the death benefit, which is, let's say...
say he dies at 78. They still get $1 million.
Yeah. So this is a good way to manage your money. So like if you're a manager or you're a business owner, you don't want your employees to finish today's work and sitting there and doing nothing, right? So you want to let them do this, unless you're Aaron, so Aaron doesn't care. So okay, money too. When you manage money, you want to make sure they're not sleeping and not doing much. You want to make sure they're always working for you. And as long as you're thinking of them, they're generating more for you. They'll bring their mother, brother, auntie, uncle, everybody to your home. So that's what makes you wealthy.
Has this been valuable? I told you she's a badass.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Naya.
Yeah. Okay. If you have any questions, give me a call. And there's my phone number, and then there's my email address. And just send me a text message.
You'll be here for a bit, so if anybody wants to grab you after to chat.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, she'll be here. I know some of you have 4:30 flights. I have a 4:30 flight. So I do want to wrap up, but Naya will be here for any questions you have. Take a picture of her phone number, shoot me an email, or shoot her an email. I'm sure she'd be happy to send you the slide deck that she just put together. Again, you see, I always wait till the end to talk about insurance because it wouldn't bring together all the strategies for you without it. But since Naya has been such a great partner on the real estate side, she's the only investor that I let go to the auction with me to buy properties because Don hasn't even gone to the auction with me, but I let Naya because Chinese investors are more savvy than Americans, so I only let Chinese investors go to the auction. But hopefully for a lot of you, this is a starting point this weekend with our company, with Aaron Adams Training, with properties, with anybody on my team that you'd like my personal information, hit me with an email. I'll get that back to you. If you want the slides, I'll hit it back to you. I appreciate Larry, Carrie, everybody coming back. You guys are always welcome to come back. Just let us know if you want to bring other family member that missed this. Please do that as well. And there's no statute of limitations on attending. I'm always happy to grab you a hotel room. And really our cost now that we're doing this event here. I mean, when we did it at hotels, we were spending $30,000. But now that I own the short bus, the office, we just painted it. That thing was so ugly. Remember, Care? It was like that was a Mako paint job, $2,700. And so I'm like, I want to buy another short bus because it looked like a POS before, and now it's like kind of cute, kind of suave, right? So it doesn't cost us a lot to do the event. We enjoyed the feedback. We loved it because you can tell it's different. Jack, you've been how many times? Yeah, and it's never this. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. And so also the live stream, that maybe there's someone you want to introduce to. We recorded the live stream, their YouTube links. Email our team and they'll give you the live stream links. Or going forward, if you want somebody else to see this event, just let Meg know, let Becca know, and they'll send you the next month's events because maybe they don't want to come out to Indy, but say just watch the first day. You might be able to get a lot. I mean, you watched it, what, 3 times?
When I watched day 1, it's 7 hours of content. It took me over 3 days to get through.
Especially with how ADD. I can't imagine watching this on a live stream.
It totally prepared me for this.
You were more stuck, right?
Totally, and I intend to watch the live stream from
this.
because there was stuff that.
Yeah, this was new. You haven't heard that night. You gotta go back and check. Yeah.
We're just talking to your wife, and we.
It happens every month.
That's what I got.
So yes.
I got one.
Yes. So you see, we run out of time every month. That's our biggest problem. Thank you guys. It was good to have you here. I love that I finally had a room that all thinks I'm funny. That never. Most people just like Meg more than me. I'm like the. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.